NRC Women Vishaka, please respond. Am I audible?
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Raju.
Can you audible, sir?
Yeah, audible.
Thank you, sir.
VS Krishna, please respond. NRC VS Krishna.
Good morning, Andy.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your volume. NRC Kakinada.
ఇప్పుడు వినిపిస్తుందండి
NRC Kakinada, please respond.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir.
Morning. Sir, morning. NRC Pillar, please respond.
Sir, good morning, sir. Pillar is responding, sir.
Good morning, sir. NRC Nandyal, please respond. NRC Nandyal.
Nandyal responding.
NRC Nandyal.
NRC Nandyal responding.
Responding, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Rambabu.
NRC Kadapa, please respond.
NRC Kadapa, responding, sir. Good morning. You are audible.
Sir, your audio is not audible. Please check your audio, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Audible, but there is no clearance, sir.
Sir. Okay, sir. We will raise the audio volume, sir.
Sir, audio is audible. Volume is okay, but there is no clearance in your audio.
Okay, sir. We will look into it. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, sir. NRC Srikalahasti, please respond. NRC Srikalahasti.
Good morning. Hello.
Sir, Srikalahasti, once more.
Hello. Good morning.
Sir,
Hello.
audio is audible.
Okay.
But some echo is coming. Resound is coming.
Hello. Hello.
Okay, sir. Okay. NRC Vijayawada, please respond. Vijayawada, please respond. SRR College. NRC Tadepalligudem, please respond.
Sir, good morning. NRC Vijayawada responding.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir. NRC Tadepalli.
Tadepalligudem, please raise your volume.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay, madam.
Volume raise.
Audible, ma'am. Your audio is audible. NRC Rajamandri, please respond. Sir, Krishna, sir, good morning, sir. Sir, your audio is not audible, sir.
Sir, hello. NRC responding, sir.
Okay.
Sir, audible, but there is no clearance, sir.
Okay. Again, I will take it. Sir, ఇప్పుడు, sir.
Sir, okay, sir. Perfect, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
NRC Gontakal.
Sir, NRC Guttagal responding, sir.
NRC Gontakal.
Sir, NRC Guttagal responding, sir.
సార్ ఎక్కడో మాట్లాడినట్టు వస్తుంది సార్, వాల్యూమ్ మీది కొంచెం వాల్యూమ్ రైట్ చేయండి. NRC Tanku, please respond.
Anantapur responding, sir.
NRC Tanuku responding, sir.
Sir, okay, sir.
Sir, Anantapur responding, sir.
Sir, okay, sir. Morning. Sir, చూస్తాను సార్. గొంతకాల్ సార్, గొంతకాల్ సార్. ఆడియో బాగా ప్రాబ్లం ఉంది సార్ మీ సైడ్ నుంచి. సార్ గొంతకల్ లేదు సార్, అసలు ఆడియో మీ వాయిస్ వాల్యూమ్ వస్తుందంటే వస్తుంది అన్నట్టుంది తప్ప మీ ఆడియో అసలు ఏం అర్థం కావట్లేదు. లేదు సార్, ఏం అర్థం కావట్లేదు. PVK Chittoor, please respond. All NRCs are requested, please unmute your videos. PVK Chittoor, please respond. Chittoor. సార్ ఆడియో రావట్లేదు. చిత్తూర్. యా, ఓకే సార్, పర్ఫెక్ట్.
గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ ఎన్ఆర్సీ విశాఖపట్నం అండి.
సార్ గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సార్, శ్రీనివాస్ సార్.
మార్నింగ్, ఎలా ఉంది? ఆడియో బాగుందా?
బాగుంది సార్.
థ్యాంక్ యూ.
NRC Srikakulam, please respond.
Sir, you are audible, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. NRC Guntur, please respond. NRC Guntur.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, audible, sir. Perfect.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Sir, Guntakal audio check, sir. సార్ వాల్యూమ్ వస్తుంది కానీ మీది బాగా వస్తే బాగా లోగో వస్తుంది సార్, లేదంటే అసలు అర్థం కావట్లేదు. వినిపిస్తుందంటే ఏదో స్లోగా సార్, బాగా లోగా వినిపిస్తుంది. It is too difficult to listen, sir.
అంటే అక్కడ కనిపించుకుంటే
PN button. Let's speak 20 office.
So, yes, sir. 12 participants. సార్ ఇంకా జాయిన్ అవ్వలేదు సార్. ఒకసారి ఆడియో టెస్ట్ తీసుకోండి, మాట్లాడండి సార్. సార్ కంటిన్యూ మాట్లాడండి సార్. సార్ నెల్లూరు పీయూకెన్ సార్ సారీ డికేడబుల్ నెల్లూరు. సార్ there is no clearance sir. Once more please check your audio sir. Sir, good morning sir. Audible sir, audible. Sir, audible, audible. డికేడబుల్ నెల్లూరు. ఒకసారి కంటిన్యూ మాట్లాడండి సార్. NRC Parvatipuram, please respond. NRC Parvatipuram.
Good morning, sir. NLC Parvatipuram respond, sir.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Sir, is it audible to you?
Audible, sir. Perfect.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Deksha ma'am. Deksha ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Probably she's just a little away from the computer. She will be there in a minute.
Yeah, okay, sir. Good morning, sir. Welcome to second batch TOT in English medium instruction, sir.
Well, thank you so much for the welcome. Look forward to interacting with everyone.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Good morning, everyone.
Ma'am, good morning,
Am I
ma'am.
audible?
Audible, ma'am. Ma'am, Deksha ma'am, audible.
Is it good time to start, or I don't see VSK, GDC, Vishakhapatnam and Anantapur with their cameras on.
Sir, VS Krishna and Anantapur, please unmute your videos.
Yes, Anantapur has come on now.
Some network issue is there, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome, Murli, sir.
Namaste.
So somehow it's not audible to me, the entire meeting, but I guess you are able to hear me. So
Diksha, we can hear you, Diksha, and I think JKC MC host was able to hear me as well. So I think
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, you can hear. So we can go ahead. Diksha, you can just fix your audio problems a little later. We can communicate on chat. So you need to check whether something is, I mean, you can't hear us, so that's the problem. But from the host, if you're okay, we can start. I think everybody's
Yeah, okay, sir. Everything is okay, sir.
okay. So let's start then.
Ma'am, Deksha ma'am, what to you, ma'am? Please introduce Muralidhar Koteswarji to our beloved participants, ma'am.
She said she's not able to hear, so let me
Yeah.
introduce myself. It doesn't matter. So good morning,
Sir.
everyone. Are you all there? Can we start checking GDCW, Vishakhapatnam? Thumbs up if you hear me. Wonderful. How about Kadapa? Thumbs up if you can hear me. Kadapa? Oh, excellent. Chittur, thumbs up if you can hear me. Perfect. Nellore, thumbs up if you can hear me. Nellore, good. VSK GDC Vishakhapatnam, thumbs up if you can hear me. Wonderful. Pillar, wonderful. Guntur, wonderful. Anantapuram, if you can hear me, a thumbs up. Excellent. Kakinada, thumbs up if you can hear me. Very nice. Nandyal, thumbs up if you can hear me. Nandyal. Nandyal, thumbs up if you can hear me. I'm not seeing Nandyal giving a thumbs up. Nandyal, can you hear me? NRC Nandyal? You may need to fix that. Rajamandri, thumbs up if you can hear me. Excellent. Sri Kalahasti, thumbs up if you can hear me. Excellent. Vijayawada, thumbs up if you can hear me. Very nice. Parvatipuram, thumbs up if you can hear me. Wonderful. Tadepalligudam, thumbs up if you can hear me. Wonderful. Tanuku, thumbs up if you can hear me. Wonderful. Guntkal, thumbs up if you can hear me. Wonderful. Srikakulam, thumbs up if you can hear me. Excellent. All right. So now all of us are here. I'm a little concerned about Nandyal. Nandyal, are you able to hear me? Now you're okay. Fine. I saw the thumbs up. So it's a very big challenge, right? We're all online, and big challenge to be connected and to listen carefully, right? And to use the time that we are spending here usefully. So let me a brief introduction about myself. I may have spoken to all of you a few months ago, a few weeks ago. So I did my BTech from IIT 33 years ago. I've been in the IT industry ever since. I started the Advanced Computing Society of India. I was with CDAC, part of the team that built India's first supercomputer. I've been with many multinationals ever since, with Xerox, with Ford, and many other American companies and Indian companies, primarily building products. But parallelly, I've been very interested in education, and I currently continue to teach at IIIT Bangalore and at IIM Indore. Plus, I helped start for the Art of Living 100 schools, the Sri Sri University in Bhubaneswar, the medical school, the management school, and so on. So I helped start, put in these teams, train them. I've been in education for more than 2 decades now. And as educationists, we all know that we have a very big responsibility, right? And we also have the power as well, the responsibility to transform the next generation, and the power because we have students with us and they get inspired by us. So we have that power to be able to make a big difference in their lives. And each one of us has that capability. Sometimes when you feel that what can one person do, I never forget Jadav Payeng. He was a single individual in Assam. And what did he do? He found that the sea was, or the waters were eroding away some islands, the Majuli Island. What did he do? He started cycling every day. Remember, cycling every day to that island, going through a boat, reaching that island, and planting one tree every day. Just one tree every day. And he transformed 1,400 acres of barren land into a thriving forest, which has elephants, rhinoceros, tigers, deer, forest. An individual built a forest. 25 years, but he's become world famous. He got a Padma Shri last year. So each one of us has that individual capability to transform the people we are interacting with. And as teachers, you automatically have that inspiration from students. So let's use this opportunity that we've been given by the commissioner and the commissioner's office and all the people that are supporting him to make a difference in the lives of the children of Andhra Pradesh, so that AP can be the most prosperous state and make it a part of the most prosperous country in the world. So I want to start sharing some, what we're going to learn today, a little bit about what we're going to learn today. So primarily, look at what is it that is change, because many times, we all are so used to a routine that we get scared of change. So used to a routine, right? Get up in the morning. Routine is very good, very useful. But, in the routine, can you believe it? There is change happening in the routine itself. What change is happening? Look at the way the body is changing. Okay. The hair grows 0.35 mm every day, so it's changing. Okay. A lot of things stop once you're born, but some of them keep continuing to work. For example, the heart stops growing at 10 years. Right? The rib cages is replaced every 15 years. Okay. The liver is replaced every 300 to 500 days. Right? And our circulatory system is replaced every 120 days. Okay. And if you get into a little more detail, look at that, right? You have the hippocampus neurons, because the neurons that decide what you have to learn, it's replaced every 20 to 30 years. So you can continue to learn, nothing to worry about. And if you're not able to get those neurons, that's when you get dementia and things like that. But if you regularly do meditation, regularly do the breathing techniques that you've been taught, for sure, very, very rare chance of getting dementia, right? So liver cells, and then you have the fat storage cells that are replaced every 10 years. You have the pancreatic beta cells that continue to grow and stop only when you're 30 years old, right? The skeleton, the complete skeleton of a human body is replaced every 10 years. The skin that we're all seeing each other, right? We don't see the internal of the body, but we all see each other's skin. It's replaced every 39 days. Every 39 days, your new skin. And that's the reason why you need to have a bath every day, because you have to get rid of all the old skin cells.
Common game.
Okay? Are you all able to hear me? VSKGC Vishakhapatnam, if you can mute yourself. Okay.
So, okay, sir, please carry on, sir.
All right.
Sorry for the difference.
Oh, no problem. So you see, the change that we talk about, even though we have a very regular routine, constantly happens in our body. What does it mean? It means that change is necessary. You cannot get scared of change. Change is necessary, and always identify what changes that are necessary can make a positive difference to your life, to the lives of the students you teach, and to the lives of people in your society who you can influence. Okay, it's been a standard from thousands and thousands of years that the teachers, the guru, is considered the most important person in a community. Okay, and so we have to command that respect. We have to recognize that if there is something that we need to change, we have to do that. Okay, so let's look at a little more detail. Why do we need to change? Okay, fine, I agree, change is important, but why? Many years ago, decades ago, Einstein said, if you always do what you always did, you will always get what you always got. So you can't get a different outcome, if you don't change the input. You will get the same thing. You can't complain that nothing is changing, we can't make a difference. No, you have to identify some things are in your control, some things are not in your control. Okay? Technology is changing rapidly and affecting society very, very clearly. I will never forget the time there was an American company, I trained a lot of their quality assurance engineers, and they were in Chennai. So the next time I visited Chennai, I messaged one of them and said, hey, how are you guys doing? They said, sir, we are no longer in that company, all 40 of us. I said, what happened? So they invested in some automation tool in the US, and all of us lost our jobs. So that is the big challenge. Technology can affect society in a very big way. It doesn't mean that they lost their jobs and lost their livelihood. No. There were other companies they could work in, there were other technologies they could learn, but it is definitely affecting society. So therefore, we need to identify how can we leverage technology to make our lives easier and better? And how can we learn technology to make it easy for people to improve the quality of life and also to get jobs? The second thing is competition is no longer local but global. I think you can ask the people who are making the Ganesha Murtis in your own towns. Ganesh Chaturthi is celebrated in a big way all over India, and Ganesh Murtis are done. Different artisans do it locally and so on. What is the biggest competition now? The biggest competition is not from your local, other neighboring village, neighboring town. It's from China. There are villages in China that are constantly churning out different sizes of Ganesha idols and sending it in a ship to India. And there are Indian merchants who are buying shiploads and supplying it all the 700 districts of India. All the 700 districts during Ganesh Chaturthi. So when you go to buy a local made Ganesh idol, it is 100 rupees, and the Chinese idol is 50 rupees. 9 out of 10 Indians are buying the Chinese idol. So the competition is no longer local but global in everything that we do. So the more we are energetic, enthusiastic, learnable, learning, right attitude, we can beat the competition. And we have it in us. India is very well known for its hosting, for its traditions. We just have to fix a few things, and you are very, very instrumental in fixing it. Okay. Industry now has no patience to train and needs ready workers. So therefore, we as college professors, as lecturers and teachers in colleges, we have to ensure that our students are ready to get jobs in the industry from day one. A lot of colleges all over the country and the world are changing. So it's not a problem only unique to India. I have a lot of professors who are my classmates in the US. I have a lot of students and a lot of professors who are, a lot of my classmates whose children are studying in schools there, and they don't like the education system there as well. So it's not, we can pat and say, oh, it's not just an Indian problem. It's everywhere. It's not a problem per se. It's just that, not aware, thinking that if we keep doing what we've been doing, we'll get the same results. No, it's changing. It's changing. Nokia learned the hard way, very hard way, right? What did they do? They felt that 65% market share. They thought that nobody will take over their market. There are interviews with Nokia chief where he laughs at every other competitor. But who finished them off? Not a mobile phone maker. It was Apple, a computer maker, and Google, a computer software developer. They both built Android operating system and Apple iOS, iPhone iOS, and completely finished off Nokia. So you see, you can, if today, that's a big challenge. The industry has already started to take people not from colleges. All the top companies in the world have 30% of their employees now who are not from colleges. They're directly from 10th or 12th standard, they're training them. Sridhar Vembu from Zoho, it's a 9,000 crore company now. He's my 1-year senior from IIT Madras. He is now working out of a village in Tenkasi in Tamil Nadu, and he's employing engineers. But he's not employing engineers. He's taking them from 10th and 12th, and in Zoho University, he's training 1,500 people every year and employing about 1,000 of them and giving 500 to other companies which have requested him to train them. So you see, industry has no patience to train. Of course, in medical sciences, even yesterday I was listening to one of IIT Delhi seniors called Vinod Khosla. He says that in just a few years, in 10 years' time, a lot of people will not even go to doctors. There will be some highly advanced diagnostic systems that are available, just like you buy a smartphone, you connect it to your body and it will tell you what medicines you must take and when you must take it. So you may not even need to go to a doctor. So just imagine what's going to happen in medical education as well. Right? So therefore, the way that technology and transformation is happening, we have to be on top of it. Okay. And we have to keep seeing, just like every company sees what is the money that is being generated and what is being spent, they'll see return on investment. The moment the education of a student, I mean, we've seen all over the world, even educational institutions, companies all closed down because there's no good return on investment. So therefore, to ensure that we are in the running, that we keep getting our good salaries, we keep increasing our salaries, we keep getting our promotions, we have to identify what do we need to change to make our students successful, to make more and more students want to come and join and study, to make it relevant to them so that they can get jobs in the industry or actually, start their own jobs or being entrepreneurs, start their own companies. So we need to keep checking this, right? And today, if there is some challenge that's happening, social medias and NGOs, they actively push for change. They want to make sure that, there is no status quo. And some of it is good, some of it is not so good. But, it's the whole world is seeing this, right? Climate change, we're seeing it. And so activists are very active on that. And we can work in the universities and colleges on climate change. We can equip our students with that knowledge and we can do that. So we'll be forced to change the syllabus based on what the world is wanting. So I have to change. Okay? So the only thing permanent in the world is change. Obama once said, it will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we seek. Right? So it's very important for us to recognize this. And this whole program from the last few months is designed for that. You're looking at self-awareness. You're looking at having a growth mindset. You're looking at what can happen when we change. what conflicts can happen both in our minds and outer minds. So we're going to go through all of these things so that we can prepare ourselves for change. Right? But remember, you cannot change everything. So there's a very anonymous statement called, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Okay. So this, in one of his talks, when he was asked, how can you ensure that you can continue to work from a village and still do a lot of business worldwide and build products for the world? This is what he said, Sridhar Vembu. To succeed in today's world, we need to embrace uncertainty. Okay? We have to embrace uncertainty. That means we welcome change. We're not getting scared of change. Okay? Let's look at some data based on that. In 2021, in the COVID year, the credit card transactions in India were about 630,000 crores. It fell about 13.7% compared to earlier years. The debit card transactions were about 660,000 crore. Luckily, India is still a debit card country compared to a credit card country. A lot of countries that are totally dependent on credit card, they get into loan sharks and get into big problems. Luckily, we are still not there. So debit card was still higher than credit card, but still compared to the earlier year, it was a fall of 5.9%. But what changed? Did people spend less? No. Did they start spending only in cash? No. UPI. 41,000 crore. Okay, 8 times more than the credit card or debit card transactions, a 92.5% increase. COVID pushed non-contact UPI-based payment transactions, and today 45% of the transactions in the world are from India, one country. 200 countries in the world, one country, 45% of the transactions. The closest country that comes to us after us, Brazil, is still way behind at 19%. So change constantly happens, and many times it's for the better. So what happened on UPI transactions is definitely for the better. None of us can imagine a life without UPI now. Fortune 500. Only 52 companies, they called it the Fortune 500, the top 500 companies in the world. Okay. From India, only Indian Oil Corporation and the oil companies which have large turnovers, large income are there. Right. But for American companies, they have their presence here, like Google is there and a lot of other companies. But remember, from 1955 till now, okay, about 70 years, only 52 companies have constantly been there. That means 90% of the companies have changed. Change constantly happens. Okay? And let's look at from 2000 to 2019, how company turnover changed. Okay, Coca-Cola was number 1, Microsoft was number 2, IBM was number 3, GE was number 4, Intel was number 5. Let's see whether in 19 years they were able to maintain those top 5 positions. We see slowly, Nokia came there and replaced Intel. Okay, and by 2008, you started seeing Apple, Google came in. See, Google started in the top 5. Yeah, Apple is slow, fast moving. In 2012 onwards, Apple has beaten every other company in the world. And you see slowly Coca-Cola moving away, even though it's something that is a drink. It's now in the 4th position by 2017. And in 2018, 2019, it's in the 5th position. Okay? So constantly, the world sees change. All right. So let's look at, individual companies as well. Guess the first product of this company. Sony. You can chat, you can type in the chat or just guess and discuss amongst yourself. I don't think we have time to start interacting. I'll give you some exercises a little later. Nokia. We have very famous names. Sony, Nokia, Samsung, all famous names. Lego, Nintendo. All children know about Nintendo, gaming platform. Lamborghini. If you love cars, you know Lamborghini. Colgate. Brush your teeth in the morning with Colgate. IKEA. Now that IKEA has come to Hyderabad and Bangalore, probably a lot of us know about IKEA. LG, again, very famous brand for refrigerators today and telephones as well. Amazon, all of us know Amazon. But what was their first product? Did they remain with their first product or did they change? Sony did the first product was a rice cooker, right? Amazing, isn't it? Rice cooker. Nokia, toilet paper. 1860, they started making toilet paper. Samsung was actually a grocery store. So all the grocery stores owners in India can be proud. They can say, Samsung was once a grocery store. Probably we can also do something. And many companies have done that in India. Lego started with wooden toys, and today they have very highly advanced toys that teach engineering as well to students. Nintendo started with playing cards, but today they are very well known worldwide, one of the top companies in games. Lamborghini actually started with tractors, and today they build the world's most luxurious and fastest cars. Colgate actually started with soap and candles. I don't think they're in soap anymore, but they're very famous for a lot of other items, right? Colgate, Palmolive merged up, and you have toothpastes and toothbrushes and things like that. IKEA actually started with pens. Today, they have almost a lot of items, most famous for their furniture. LG started with facial creams, but got into electronics. And Amazon started as an online bookstore. So, all I'm trying to, let you know is that everywhere change keeps happening. So we should always be available to see how can we change for the positive. It nurtures creativity. When you do something from scratch and you do something new, and you're doing it every day, all of us who cook, we take the vegetables and we have to make the change in the vegetables. You can't directly start eating vegetables. You can do it one day probably when you don't have electricity, you don't have gas stove. Somehow you eat vegetables raw. But otherwise, you'd love to cut it, cook it, add some masala, add some spice, mix it with rice. So it nurtures creativity. Only when you change something, you can end up being very creative. It nurtures courage. To change something requires a lot of courage. It's not easy. And I can tell you for sure, I would say the Telugu community is one of the most courageous community in the world. Right? You go to any one of those 200 countries, I think there are only 6 countries in the world where there are no Indians. And there are only about 20 countries in the world where there are no Telugu people. They're there everywhere. So it requires a lot of courage to leave your, homeland and go somewhere else and set up a business and do something. Right? So, change nurtures courage. The third, change means taking calculated risk. Right? So you shouldn't take foolish risks. You shouldn't do something for the sake of doing. Do some calculated risks. And we're all very good at it. We're good at taking calculated risks. We just have to understand what it means to take those calculated risks. And change nurtures continuity. Just imagine if Sony had said that we'll only make rice cookers. We will not change. Within a few years, hundreds of other companies would have started rice cookers, and it would be so difficult for Sony to be in the market. Okay, but because they kept changing, they continue to be in the market. So if we change, we can continue to be doing what we love. We can continue to be teaching. We can continue to be doing a lot of things which make a difference in society. So therefore, why change? Because change means creativity, change means courage, change means calculated risk, change means continuity. So these 4 C's help us take the change very, very willingly. Okay, so that means we have to jump out of complacency. Complacency means we don't want anything to change. We have to jump out of the shackles of complacency. So what happens? We want the same thing should happen, status quo. We should not change anything. Then it leads to compliance, and then you can never achieve. NEP 2020 is a push away from complacency. Getting students internship and making sure they get jobs is a push away from complacency. So we all have to willingly embrace uncertainty, embrace change, right? So therefore, we have to actively perceive positive opportunities to improve. So what we'll do now is in each group, we have 18 locations. The master trainers can help out with this activity. You can make yourselves in groups of 4. It's the easiest. Inside each of these locations, groups of 4. Just turn around 2 chairs and you can make yourself groups of 4. And then look at what you need to change to achieve personal and organizational goals. What is it that you need to change? So then you identify these 5 things. Whatever you need to change, 1B is what is the benefit of the change? And of course, when you start making a change, there will be some obstacles that will come. So what are the obstacles that could come? And then thinking creatively on how you can overcome those obstacles. Okay, benefits of the change, obstacles that may come, overcoming the obstacles. When you get ideas of how to overcome obstacles, you'll automatically get tasks. oh, we should do this task, we should do this activity. So what are those tasks that will help you overcome the obstacles and leverage on the benefits and make a plan to make that change happen? Okay? And then schedule. So when should, see, otherwise before we say the year goes by, the weeks go by, change is only that something that happens over time, but that doesn't mean that you keep waiting for change to happen for by somebody else's push. Okay, so schedule. When will I take this up? Many times, our human mind is such that something very bad, we get very angry, we call somebody and shout at them. Even if they are not in front of us, we'll call on the phone and shout at them. But something that is very good, you learn some exercise, you learn some new technique which you can apply. The mind says, let's do it from next month. We don't have time for it now. So therefore, boxing time boxing or fixing a time and saying, I should finish this by this time is very, very critical. Okay, so what we'll do now is that if you want to take a photo of the screen of BOOTS, or you can write it down: benefits, obstacles, overcoming, tasks, and schedule. And from each location, you set in groups of 4, easiest to sit in groups of 4, you don't have to count, and then start discussing this. And each location, at least one, should come and share what they feel they wanted to do. What is it that they want to change from personal and organizational perspective? BOOTS. They just use these 5 points and share in the screen. So we can give half an hour for this. So we can, sort of meet at 11. I will be online also, but I want each of the groups to make yourself into groups of 4 and look at this. What is it that you will change for yourself and for the organization? What is it that you want the organization to change? And then look at BOOTS, and one of you will start sharing from, I would say we can even start at 10:50. 20 minutes is enough, because last time I found that a couple of locations could not share. So let's make sure everybody is able to share. And I'm sure each one of you, when you share, the other locations can learn from that. It's a very good insight into group learning. So can we do that? And I request the master trainers to help me in this. For the next 20 minutes, if the people can sit down and identify the change and document the change, and can start presenting from 10:50 onwards. And you can, whoever raises the hand first, I'll give you in that order itself, that you will come first to present and so on. Okay, so benefits, obstacles, overcoming obstacles, tasks, and schedule to make the change. Let's start. 10:30 now. We'll meet at 10:50. The 10:50 is the time when the first location will start sharing. Okay, so let's start. Let's get into groups of 4. Easiest. Just turn around groups of 4 and say, okay, here's what I will change. Here's what I think. And everybody talks about it. And one team, just one, you can decide who's the first one, can come and share from each location. So we'll have 18 sharings then. 18 sharings, I would say 2 minutes per sharing. We will finish right on time by 11:30. I hope you're all able to see what's on the screen, and therefore you can, make a note of it and start discussing in teams of 4. 10:50 is when the first team will share. Guntkal, is your video okay? Is you have internet problems or you're fine? NRC Guntkal, I can't see the video. Srikakulam, are you getting into groups and discussing what change? Vijayawada, I can see you. Tadepalli Gudam, are you getting into groups? Tanuku, I don't see you getting into groups of 4. Guntkal is doing it. Rajamandri, I don't see you getting into groups of 4. Nandyal is doing it. Kakinada, some of you are doing it. Anantapur, everybody is doing it. Very nice. Srikakulam, please get into groups of 4. Nellore, I don't see anybody moving. Please get into groups of 4 and discuss what change you need to do to make a positive difference in your students. Very nice. I see Chittur very, very active. Pillar is also very active. Very nice. Kadapa is active. Vishakhapatnam, GDC is active. Very nice to see. Kuntkal, you are connected twice. Okay. That is why I see one no video. Srikakulam, I still see you all sitting quietly.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, change represents what aspects? Sir, it will take social change or economic change or technical change. The benefits of change from the personal point of view and the organizational point of view. Right. So, in the meanwhile, that change.
You muted yourself. I'm not able to hear. Suddenly you muted yourself. GDCW Vishakhapatnam, you muted yourself. You were talking something and suddenly you muted. Now I can hear you. Yeah.
Sir, good morning. Sir, what aspects do you have to consider change in here to analyze benefits of change in an aspect of personal and is it a technical or is it a social or is it a economic or?
It can be anything for the positive, madam. Anything that will make the society better, right? But our prime focus is to ensure the students in our colleges get jobs. The students get good internship. So what should we do to make that happen? Are there any changes we need to do in ourselves, the way we teach, our syllabus? What should the changes be in the organization? That is what we need to discuss.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Srikakulam, I don't see any change. All right, so Kakinada has raised your hand. Is it for a question or you want to be the first one? Srikakulam, you're not getting into groups to discuss this point? You know, like I said, if you're sitting in groups, good ideas come out. Individually, I know you already have ideas. But when you sit in groups, good ideas come out. What should we do? How can we change? What should we change? When should we change? All of this is the discussion you need to have to make a difference in your own colleges. So we have 9 more minutes. So you can decide who wants to start presenting first, or I'll call in the order that is there on my screen.
Sir, NRC Visakhapatnam, we are ready actually.
Perfect, perfect. So you'll be the first. So nice to see you. I remember your face.
Sir, happy to see you, sir.
Ah, same here. Namaste. Ah, wonderful. Kakinada will be second.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is Rangana, sir, from Annasi Anantapur. We are ready, sir.
All right. You'll be third, sir. I'll call you in that group. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. NRC Kadapa ready, sir.
All right. You're fourth. Thank you so much.
Sir, this is NRC, SRR and CVR Vijayawada, sir.
All right.
Sir, NRC Peeler is ready, sir.
All right. You're fifth. We could probably start early if people are ready. You don't have to wait till 10:50. Okay, we can make sure everybody finishes on time. So we have anyway about 6 already committed. So maybe we can start another 2 minutes and we'll start 10:45. The rest of you can even just raise your hands in that order and I will call you in that order. All right, we can start. It's 10:45. We'll start with Dr. VSK GDC Visakhapatnam. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Benefits of the change. Change is not. It's not static. It's dynamic. Every day we used to come across various things.
Right.
Educational policy 2020. It's being changed.
Right.
So at the computer science department faculty, I used to tell that we have to upgrade all the subjects in our daily life. Curriculum is being updated. So for making the students to learn first, as a faculty, we have to upgrade ourselves. There are various obstacles. Some of the resources may not be available online, though there are some of the resources in the Google, YouTube channels, textbooks. Some obstacles are there. People are not accepting everything because change is there. People feel that it's the most difficult one. So for it to overcoming all the obstacles, even in English, we have to speak everything in English. For it, learning is the starting skill. So we need to learn 2 or 3 words daily, listen the music. So all these things we need to upgrade. So for all these things, tasks, we need to set the tasks like morning, we need to practice all those activities. Evening, for 1 hour or 2 hours, we have to set the task, schedule the things and complete the task. So all these are the things we need to do. And we have fixed our mindset to adopt all the changes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Very, very valuable contribution. Thank you so much, Professor. We'll now have NRC Kakinada.
Good morning, sir. Good
Good morning. Please go ahead.
Sir, we have identified a change.
Okay.
A change occurs throughout the Andhra in the education system.
Okay.
That is from previous system to single member system. Yes, that is a change.
Okay.
So the benefit is students and faculty can master in the domain subjects. And the needs of the industry and the community can be fulfilled by the single member system, sir.
Right.
So now obstacles. Lack of infrastructure and facilities and faculty must be provided.
Okay.
Sometimes resistance may come from the community and the students and the stakeholders. That is one more obstacle.
Right.
Then how to overcome the problem. Infrastructure has to be provided by the government agencies and the colleges and the institutes.
Okay.
And we have to submit certain proposals to the government also. Trainings to be provided to the faculty and recruitments to be carried out thoroughly, sir.
Okay.
We did one of them, but already all these things. And thoughts, what are the thoughts in detail? So we have to provide detailed project reports to the government and to the private officials.
Right.
So infrastructure and the lab equipment and all these things, classrooms and everything.
Right.
When people arrange training programs to the faculty to understand what are the changes that are being taking place.
Okay.
And we have to work with students also. Student are in this change, sir.
Correct.
And there should be a schedule to complete the task.
Okay.
After June, the government, the commissioner, and the province are organizing the awareness programs, sir.
Right.
By June, we have to complete all the training programs to the faculty.
Right.
And then we have to complete the admissions and we can go with the single method system side.
Right.
Detailed duties, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Really very, very nice sharing. Thank you so much from NRC Kakinada. Can we have
presentation there from Kakinada analysis, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Namaste, sir. We have taken the topic regarding this.
Go ahead.
And currently, am I audible, sir?
Yes. Go ahead.
Benefits of intention. Now the new education policy system. It is mandatory to all the students to go internship, sir.
Okay.
So the benefits of this is the students are exposed to industry and students can overcome their inhibitions and then they can get more employment opportunities there.
Right.
The obstacles are industry is not willing to take unexperienced students in some of the industries particularly.
Right.
And then the financial constraint is another obstacle to reach the industry. And it is becoming a major problem, particularly rural background students.
Okay.
And parents are afraid of to send their girl students, particularly some of the students, because of not having the awareness regarding the literature.
Right.
Further, students are unwilling to adjust to the new environment. Because all these days they are focused only on bookish knowledge. Now it has become an exponential learning process. And then exploitation of students by some of the industries are taking place. That is what we are observing, the obstacles that we are coming. And further, the third point is overcoming these obstacles. Building awareness among the students and the parents is very much essential nowadays.
Okay.
Approaching the industry people and convincing them regarding the NDP 2020 because the industrial people may not be aware and then simply taking the students immediately directly in that way, it is not that easy.
Yeah.
So the teachers have to play a major role convincing the industry heads. That is the main main topic that we have to overcome this obstacle.
Right.
Lectures are acting as a mentors for the of these group students and becoming the bridge between the students and the parents and the industry. Thereby, in due course of the time, I firmly believe that they can bring a good profit by the industries also. That is what I believe.
Very true.
And then regarding the task that we did, we have given the task of 15 weeks of program particularly.
Okay.
Structured program. And then in the first 2 weeks, the students are forced to learn the things that what they are going to face in the industries and all that. We can start from the week before the children for 2 weeks. And then later on, for 12 weeks, taking two topics, 2 weeks in a particular topic.
Okay.
The students are trained in 6 aspects. And the last week, the students are going to come back and then they are going to report. That is what the task that we have followed in this particular aspect.
Very nice.
Regarding schedule to complete the task, so we have government has initiated and monitoring through IMAP.
Right.
That is in due course. We're going to get that also. But on the other hand, the students are very sending their pictures through geo tag photos. So that way, the mentors are monitoring the students, and then daily they are taking, and even some of our in the villages also, in Sachivalayams and all that, even the government people are now they are closely watching about their students' performance and as well as their discipline, etc. So finally, in the last week, they are going to come back and then they are going to submit their project work and all that. That way, we are monitoring our students. And it is a great opportunity, sir. Thank you very much for giving me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very well presented, ma'am. Thank you so much from NRC Kakinada. Can we have Anant now if you're ready?
NRC Guntakal. Sir, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
From NRC Guntakal, sir. One of the participants wants to speak to you, sir.
Yeah, I'll put you on the list. I'll call you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you. Anantpur now, if you're ready. Anantpur, are you ready? Or should I call the next one?
Sir, good morning, sir. I am from NRC Nandyal, sir.
Yes, Nandyal, I'll put you on next.
I am Dr. Ramesh Kumar, sir. So we are very much inspired by your lectures, sir. We have been attending your lectures for past few TOTs, and we have been listening to you. And
thank you so much.
One of us feel like lecturing like you, sir.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. So, Professor, can we have your presentation a little later? I'm calling in the order that people have requested, Professor.
Pardon, sir?
I'm calling NRCs in the order that they have requested. So right now I've requested Anantpur.
Shall I stop presenting myself, sir?
Call you at the right time. Just give me a few more minutes.
Okay, right. Sir.
Okay, yeah. Anantpur, if you're not ready, we'll call Kadapa. Kadapa.
Good morning. Sir, good morning. This is Savitri from NRC Kadapa.
Madam, please go ahead, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as you told that change is inevitable, we had to adapt the new changes.
Right.
Sir, initially we also faced so many problems while doing our LMS work, and this training is also giving so many obstacles and challenges in front of us.
Right.
We are trying to overcome it.
Right.
Sir, as a team, we discussed that our challenge in front of us is interaction and teaching in English language.
Okay.
It's a major challenge for the students as well as for us also.
I agree, yes.
For that, the first one, benefits of the change, as we all know, English is one of the global language. We can need the development of English proficiency also.
Right.
That's why we said that due to English learning, we can globally expose the students as well as teachers also.
Very nice.
Students can easily, they can meet the global needs.
Right.
And they can develop proficiency in English in all aspects also.
Okay, very good.
The obstacles in front of the students as well as us they had to overcome, because they are from rural areas now, they had to overcome the rural circumstances.
Correct.
And they had to develop the English, English subject.
Right.
And they are also mainly they are also the first generation students to learn English.
Right.
And the third one, overcoming obstacles.
Mhm.
So these are the overcoming obstacles, and they need a lot of motivation.
Okay.
They are the rural area students. They don't have any speaking abilities.
Mhm.
So we motivate the students. No need to worry. So whatever you have to speak, you can speak in English. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And they need paid work and role plays so that they can easily interact with the students as well as some other persons also.
Very true.
And the fourth one, task in details.
Mhm.
So they have to, as according to our team members, they have to improve and they need to enhance the vocabulary in English.
Right.
They have to develop reading, writing, listening skills.
Mhm.
And the final one, schedule to complete the task. So for as a team members, we schedule that we had to motivate the students.
Mhm.
And we had to regularly follow up the students, and we had to encourage the students, and they had to develop the habit of reading English and writing English, and they had to develop the speaking of English more generously without any shy.
Right.
These are
Thank
the things, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. In fact, one of the things that you should actually talk to your students is nearly 50% of the words in English and words in Telugu are common.
Yes, sir.
Because if you look at it,
Good morning, sir.
reality. So can we have next now Vijayawada? Vijayawada?
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. P.V. Radhika, sir. This is from NRC Vijayawada.
Please go ahead, Professor.
As previous one of our friends told, like we are good listeners of your powerful speeches since a long time. For the previous TOTs also, and we are happy here. We formed a group of 4 and we discussed and we finally came to conclusion that as you quoted it as boots, so we felt that we should conduct a boot camp for us as change makers to change the students. That is the main aim or objective of our this process of your boots, sir. So coming to the benefits, as we took a particular topic called adapting to new technology, because that is the main arena of this competitive environment, particularly for students to adapt to change.
Right.
So the main benefits of this new technology are gaining knowledge and sharing ideas with each other, and they can move with competitive environment and gain more jobs and more career opportunities, and they can be future ready also. And one more thing is we can have the sustainable development, because these students can be the role models for the next generations to come, and they can give the inputs to them. That can be the main benefit of this change. And coming to the obstacles, sir, there are so many environmental obstacles, and the main obstacle is the resource availability. One of our friends told that rural students do not have the opportunities to adapt with those new technologies. That is another important thing. And even in their career, they may face the work-life imbalances. That can be another important obstacle, sir. Coming to overcoming obstacles. So as we as change makers, we should impart them like they should have consistent learning in their life, and they should create interest through awareness. By self-awareness is the need of the hour, because tomorrow, as you said, tomorrow we need to have the 50% of the learning goes through online only. No face-to-face teaching is going to happen. That can be the main thing. And management of time is also very important, sir, in order to maintain that work-life balance. And coming to the tasks in detail, the first thing is we have to accept the change. That's the main thing, sir. We need to accept the change, and the change is inevitable, and allow through rigorous self-motivation exercises. And we have to consistently learning through doing is very, very important. And coming to the schedules to complete the task depends upon the situations and depending upon the task they are given, and they should frame a proper methodology for doing this particular task, and they should should complete the task in time in order to see that they are not faced with any physical problems, as you told at the beginning of the your lecture, like we are faced with so many physical problems in our body. So that is our presentation, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor. Very well put, very well explained. Thank you so much from Vijayawada. Can we have Pillar now? Pillar, NRC Pillar.
Sir, Anantapur responding, sir, NRC Anantapur.
We
NRC
couldn't hear
Anantapur,
you
sir.
last time. You can go ahead. Anantapur, please go ahead. Pillar can come later. Please go ahead, Anantapur.
Very good morning, sir. My name
Good
is
morning.
Sharmila Ramaya from GDC Anantapur.
Good morning, Professor.
And,
Please go ahead.
So the benefits of change would include improving productivity and efficiency of the person as well as the organization,
Okay.
and enhancing creativity and innovation. It
Okay.
increases the competitiveness of the personal as well as the business or the organization, and helps in professional and personal growth, sir.
Right.
And helps in adapting to changing market conditions.
Right.
And whereas coming to the resistance or obstacles,
Mm.
resistance is the first thing that comes as a hindrance.
Correct.
And because of lack of resources like time, budget, or technology,
Right.
and fear of uncertainty,
Right.
also because of communication barriers,
Right.
or because of inadequate skills,
Right.
or the existing procedure or the structure in the organization that might become hindrance.
Correct.
And to overcome the obstacles, we can communicate in a better and in detailed manner so that they could understand the meaning of the changes or the reason for the changes.
Right.
And we can foster improve the skills by training process or other empowerment process. And decision it helps in improving the decision making skills.
True.
And whereas in case of tasks, we can divide the tasks and make as groups.
Okay.
Or communicate them by preparing a plan,
Okay.
necessary plan, and perform the schedule, perform the details in the form of by preparing a schedule, sir.
Right.
And make necessary changes to the schedule as per the requirements and the changes which are required.
Wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much from Anantapur. Can we have Pillar now? Pillar?
Yes, sir. Pillar responding.
Please go ahead, ma'am.
Sir, good morning. I am Vanaja.
Good morning, Vanaja, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Sir, after this discussion with our team, we have decided that our personal goal is to teach in English medium.
Okay.
So it is a great task for the students and the faculty even in nowadays.
True.
So benefits of the change are it will help us to improve our in subject, because most of the resource books are available in English. So it will help us to improve our subject, our confidence and communication skills, as well as our competency and efficiency.
Right.
So it will benefit staff and the students in this way. And obstacles are mainly the fear of the from the personal side, that we are fearful to speak in English, and also the influence of our mother tongue, because we have most adaptability to our mother tongue, and we are used to prone to speak in our mother tongue only. So that will also act as an obstacle.
Right.
And our overcoming the obstacles. So we have traced that practicing speaking with the students, faculty every day, and making a reading a daily habit in English. So it will help to overcome the obstacles. And tasks in the details, we have traced out that daily learning some vocabulary, and spending some time in learning the vocabulary, and short stories, reading short stories, and constantly interacting with the students to improve communication skills. These may conducting activities with the students for improving communications will help. These are the tasks we have enlisted. And the schedule is we have scheduled at the college level and at home. So during at college we can practice with our faculty, our students, daily communicating, and at home we can practice reading, writing skills, so that we can reach our personal goal of teaching in English medium. Whereas when it comes to the institutional goal, we have decided facing a NAC team is it is a very specific goal of every organization, and getting good results and engaging students in a job oriented internships. These are the institutional goals. So the first one is benefits of this goal is that institution reputation will increase, and it will develop the college facilities. So these will help these are the benefits of the change. And the second one, obstacles for this goal is that we have less infrastructure when it comes to the government colleges. The resources are limited in the way of physical infrastructure as well as the financial resources.
Right.
And the things we can do for overcoming these shortcomings are strengthening the positive points. Every college will have some best basic things in that college, so we can focus on our positive things, and so that can help us to overcome the shortcomings.
Right.
And the task we have enlisted are that to prepare a proper way of recording everything, whatever we do. We recording every time. Continuous recording is one of the best way of facing the NACP team as well as results, and competence completion of syllabus in the stipulated time and making revisions with the students will help us to get good results. And improving best practices, innovative practices which will impress the NACP team will help us to these are the tasks we have enlisted. And the schedule, so as well as at the level of college level and at the home, we have a schedule. At college we have a cooperation and coordination with the other management and the other staff, so that we can reach our institutional goals very well. And at home we can try to improve our basic personality, and our communication skills, personality development will help us to reach the institutional goals on the whole.
Very nice, ma'am. Very, very nice. Thank you so much, Mamtila. In fact, I think you have so many points that you have given, which all other NRCs can use. I do hope that the other NRCs are listening and making notes.
Thank you, sir.
Each one of us has so much value to offer. Can we have Guntkal now? Guntkal, you're next. Guntkal, NRC Guntkal.
Sir, I'm Dr. Sushilama, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Sushilama, one of the participants of NRC Guntakal, sir.
Please go ahead, Professor.
Okay, sir. So I'm very glad to have you have your session, sir. So
Thank
your
you.
session started with the only thing permanent in the world is change. So
Right.
I'm very much connected to that quotation. So
Right.
really, thank you, sir. And as you said, the change is a law of nature. We must change according to the situation and according to the context, sir. So
Correct.
in this regard, we have 10 members of participants in our NRC came out with a problem, that is changing of medium of instruction to English, sir. So for that, first benefit should I take, as to meet the globalization, it is very essential to have proficiency in English for both teachers and students, sir. And then next benefit is, as vast content is available in English, it is very easy and feasible to convey the content in English other than any language, sir. Then coming to the third important benefit is, as English is a global language, as our students are exposed to globalization, we need to learn and we need to have the exposure to English language. Then only they can settle in their future, sir. Then coming to obstacles, the first obstacle is, as most of the GDCs are in rural areas, the students are unable to, and then moreover, the students are first generation literates, sir. And then for that purpose, actually, the students should get rid of the fear. They are having a lot of fear to speak in English, sir. Then second obstacle is influence of mother tongue for both teachers and students. Actually, we think in mother tongue and we used to talk in English, sir. So that is a major obstacle. And then coming to third obstacle is, as our India is diversified, having diversified languages, the other languages influence is more on the English, sir. And coming to overcome all these obstacles, first one is to get rid of the fear of speaking in English. For that purpose, we as a group came out with a simple technique, that is, before every day we used to stand before a mirror and we talk in English self, so that we can get rid of fear to some extent and we can talk freely with others, sir. Then coming to second one, teaching and communication should be mandatory in English, so that we can forcefully teach in English and even we can communicate in English with students.
Okay.
And then coming to third overcome, as most of the students, stakeholders are first generation students, we must make them encourage, or we must motivate them
Suddenly we have lost you, ma'am. Kuntikal, we're not able to hear you. Can you just check your connection? Can we have Nandyal now, Professor from Nandyal? Yes, Professor from Nandyal.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. I am from NRC Nandyal, sir.
Please go ahead.
So today's the topic for change is overcoming the inhibitions and
Yes.
the shyness
Right.
and the fear of expression, sir.
Right, right.
So most of the teachers, they can clearly express themselves in the classroom
Yeah.
because they are very clear of their content as well as their language.
Mm-hmm.
But when the same person is asked to speak on different platforms,
Right.
they feel very shy
Right.
and they are unable to express themselves.
Right.
And not only with respect to our teachers,
Mhm.
but even for the students community also.
Right.
So when they're asked to speak something about any topic,
Hmm.
by sitting in their benches, they can speak very well. That is, in fact, the group behavior.
Right.
When the same person is asked to come out and speak to the group, then he feels shy, sir. So this is the problem,
Right.
where everyone is to be changed.
Right.
So that is what I have identified.
Right.
And the benefits of this change is the being lecturers, we can perform very well on any platform. And for the students' point of view, they can shine better in their future
Right.
in the way of performing in the interviews.
Right.
So seminars, group discussions, etc.
Very true.
And coming to the obstacles, so this is the major point that is to be stressed upon, sir.
Right.
So the society as well as our friends themselves will be just discouraging us to come over to the platform and speak whatever we like to.
Right.
But there we have to overcome that. And moreover, the language is one of the barriers.
Correct.
So these things are to be changed and these are to be overcome. So for that, we need to do much homework on the content, the language. We have to listen to the debates. Of course, not the debates that we see in the TVs regarding the political issues.
Right.
But the constructive debates we have to watch, and we have to go through the newspapers.
Right.
So etc. So by improving the content as well as the language,
Right.
we can improve the way of presentation.
Right.
And coming to the tasks,
Mhm.
we have to participate in the group discussions, quizzes, and the cultural programs, and make the others also to participate. And we have to initiate them or stimulate the others to participate in that, so that we too will not get any discouragement from their side.
True.
And coming to the schedule, so there is no schedule for this, sir, because it is a everyday process of changing, and we have to update our knowledge. So every day we have to update ourselves, sir.
Very nice. Very nice.
So
Thank you
this-
so much, Professor. It was really wonderful. I'm sure everybody has benefited from what you have shared just now.
Thank you very
so
much,
much
sir.
again. NRC.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Professor. We'll have Parvatipuram now. NRC Parvatipuram. Please present.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Sir, I'm NRC Taripalli. I'm Rashma.
Sir, good morning, sir. NRC Parvatipuram response, sir.
Right now, we'll just finish Parvatipuram, ma'am. I
Good morning.
kept the order that you asked. Right, we'll just finish Parvatipuram and come back to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Good morning, sir. We are come NRC Paradipuram.
Yes, please go ahead.
So the benefits of the change, for example, the global communication.
Right.
Just I take the subject regarding the benefit of change in medium of instruction and teaching.
Right.
So when you shift to the English medium teaching, there are so many advantages, sir. For example, global communication, expanded opportunities,
Right.
access to information and resources,
Wonderful.
academic advancement, and also cognitive and linguistic skills. These are the benefits when you shift the medium from English to the mother tongue, from mother tongue to English, sir.
Right.
And there are so many obstacles we can face during this shift, sir. The main obstacle is mother tongue teaching is very easier, and also the students will understand easily when we are teaching mother tongue. But when you teach in other language, what happened? The understanding skills are decreases. That is a major obstacle what we are observed in teaching. And to overcome that obstacles, we need to plan or prepare some activities. For example, to learn in English, we have to develop some group discussions between the students and preparing the students for debates and elocutions like that. By making all these activities, we can overcome these obstacles for a period of 6 months or 1 year. And also the tasks also. So, for shifting the medium or the change in the medium, the tasks also like that, sir. That important tasks what we are preparing for shift or change is conducting elocutions, debates, assignments, and group discussions. So all these tasks, sir, all these tasks should be scheduled in a proper way, and we has to identify the defects which are there in the task, and we has to change we has to rectify the defects, we had to correct the defects, and once again we prepare the schedule by making corrections, sir. That is, sir. Thank you, sir.
Very nice, very nice, very nice, very Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Your lecture is very nice, sir.
Can we have GDCW Vishakhapatnam? GDCW Vishakhapatnam?
This is from NRC Vishakhapatnam.
Yeah, please go ahead.
After observing my fellow participants' analysis, I may be different.
No problem, ma'am. Please go ahead.
It's a benefits of change point of view. First and foremost benefit is extend more time on productive work.
Okay.
And new ideas will emerge automatically. And innovative thinking, creative thinking in all aspects, particularly in a technical know-how point of view, will emerge.
Right.
Definitely, it is a value addition to the organization.
Right.
And obstacles point of view, the slow progression in the beginning itself, but later there may be on progression.
Right.
And no support may be arise from people or any other. This is the obstacle point of view, sir. And coming to the third point, overcoming the obstacles point of view.
Right.
Sustain the efforts and more patience is required to sustain the efforts.
Very true. Very true.
And tasks point of view, use of technology, goal setting, change the attitude, etc.
Right.
And, last point of view, schedule to complete the task point of view. Try to inculcate the habit to change from lower order to higher order.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing. Can we have Rajamandri now? NRC Rajamandri? You'll need to unmute yourself first. NRC Rajamandri, please unmute and you can start.
Sir, NRC Srikakulam.
I know. I've kept you in the list, ma'am. I saw you. I saw your hand. I kept you in the list. We'll just finish Rajamandri, then Tadepalli, Chittoor, Srikalahasti. Visakhapatnam, I thought we finished one. We'll come back later, Professor. We'll just have Rajamandri now.
Yes, sir.
We don't have too much time. We have Rajamandri, NRC Rajamandri.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, Professor.
Sir, my topic is professional goals, sir.
Okay.
This professional goal, benefits of change is to gain good knowledge about skills.
Okay.
Surveying competition, then we can survey competition. And also we can grow in our career and also in difference.
Okay.
So innovation also very important. These are also the benefits of the change.
Right.
Articles like we want to invest some actual investment.
Right.
Time and also additional time and also backup clarity also required.
Okay.
So how to overcome the obstacles with strategic approach also very important.
Okay.
Understanding that what changes are going to change in the world. For example, we want to overcome. And also say positive and also be realistic. These are all concepts of overcoming obstacles.
Okay.
In leadership, first, people want to grow in a professional way. Climbing is very important, the reading is also very important, participating in the rehearsal. Also continuous knowledge coming also very important, sir.
Okay.
Schedule to complete offering very short term, less than 1 year, medium term is 1 to 3 years, sometimes long term is 3 to 10 years, sir.
Okay.
So we can think in that way, we can grow in our professional. One way is individual, the other is business. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very, very nice plan. Thank you so much from Rajmundry. Now Tadepalligudam can come. NRC
Srikakulam, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Srikakulam, I made a note of yours, but you will come a little later. Please, thank you. Thank you for your patience, ma'am. Tadepalligudam?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Sir, our topic is English as a medium of instruction.
Okay.
So to break or to jump out of the shadows of complacency,
right.
we have given this activity to identify and achieve personal and organizational goals.
Right.
To start with, the benefits of speaking English at personal level and at an organization level. Benefits would be overcoming communication barriers.
Okay.
Inhibitions will reduce at a personal level.
Okay.
To start thinking in English. Personal exposure to English speaking platforms. And professional development and creative thinking will improve.
Wonderful.
Those are the benefits at personal level. Organizational level, students and the faculty would have more exposure to other parts of the society.
Okay.
Other part of the English speaking society. In India, we don't know, but we have two sets of people. One, it is speaking people who speak in Telugu and people who speak in English.
Right.
So that would be the other part of the world, where etiquette, language, culture, totally everything is different. So we would know that part of the world, that part of the society.
Right.
And career opportunities for the students will increase. Students can face the interviews better. They will be more confident.
Right.
Because they face the real part of the society. And coming to the obstacles at personal level, in the college, or for personal level, we need a good English trainer.
Right.
And we need a English lab if you are in the college.
Right.
And most of us in the Telugu medium background and rural areas, even the faculty.
Right.
So those are the obstacles and at institutional level. Obstacles would be, since most of the students are from rural area, they can't adopt to the sudden change.
Right.
Admissions reduce because most of the students, as we experience them on a day-to-day basis, they get scared of English medium. The dropout rate might increase.
Right.
Failures might increase because it's English medium. So we need to prepare the students. That is the biggest obstacle right now.
Right.
For English as a medium of instruction.
Right.
Third one is the overcoming obstacles. How to overcome.
Yes.
At a personal level, we have developed so many communication skills.
Right.
We can use the apps which are available, which take special classes.
Right.
And at an institutional level, for teachers and learners.
Right.
We have to arrange rigorous practical sessions for students and the faculty.
Right.
And the fourth one is the task in detail. Personally, every day we should read the English newspaper. LSRW, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We have to increase.
Right.
We have to develop vocabulary, day-to-day vocabulary.
Right.
What we need on a daily life. Vocabulary we have to improve.
Right.
And we have to improve professional or technical words which we use in our teaching.
Very nice.
Then we have to watch videos in English news.
Right.
And we have to find a friend to speak with in English.
Right.
Most of the time, personally, we are very hesitant to speak with a fellow person, fellow mate or colleague. Speak in English. So we have to find such a person with whom we can speak English or practice English.
Right.
Yeah, at a personal level and college level. College should have an environment.
Right.
everybody speaks in Telugu and one person speaks in English, that will not make any difference.
Right.
And other people will laugh at you. So if you start speaking English, they'll say, what kind of language, and they'll joke with you. So we have to make it as a pledge. Make change at the college level itself. We should arrange for group tasks, and we should arrange MPP forums at college regarding English communication skills. And faculty exchange program, we can exchange faculty from one college to the other college, like resource persons who can, at the college level, who can speak English well, we can exchange them. And every day, 1 hour should take out for speaking English, apart from completion of syllabus. It's a major task for all teachers. You have to take time at an organizational level for speaking English. And the fifth one, to make the schedule. For me, practically, a 3-month intensive schedule through apps, personal learning growth. Teachers, we can find a friend and we can search for many apps. And at organizational level, we can divide the students according to their capability of speaking English. We can test their English speaking ability and then train them accordingly with a proper schedule.
Very nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Very valuable lessons, ma'am. Thank you so much. Srikakulam, you can go now. NRC Srikakulam.
Sir, next speaker.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. The problem we identified regarding our task is implementation of apps in college education, sir. Such as OTLP, CCE, APFRS, IMAP, grievance, CGCE, JPs, etc.
Right.
Actually, the benefits are the better procurement of internships in our for the students, sir.
Right.
And we can enable the students as the self-learners.
Right.
And proper monitoring of the students by the mentors, sir.
Right.
And coming to the obstacles, or the students are unable to having the mobiles, sir, due to socio-economic status or poverty, such as the reasons.
Got it.
And non-availability of the sufficient data in their mobiles, sir.
Right.
And lack of digital acquaintance in the students. These are the obstacles faced by the students, sir.
Okay.
And coming to the overcoming of obstacles, or provision of the free Wi-Fi in our college itself, sir.
Okay, very nice.
And conducting workshops or awarenesses towards the digital knowledge for students. And tasks in details, what the tasks should be conducted. Frequent monitoring, sir.
Okay.
And frequent monitoring of IMAPs by the mentors, whether they are correctly using or not. And proper approach, the grievance app is already there now, sir. The students can easily convey their problems without obstructing their privacy to the higher education like CCE, etc. So this one is the task. The proper awareness and knowledge should be given to the students by the mentors or such as any other outsourcing persons, sir, regarding these apps.
Okay.
And the schedules means, of course, yearly once we are conducting induction programs. Okay, that's not enough, sir. Monthly ones, just by the mentors or other persons from the other colleges, like our resourcing persons, the awareness camps regarding digital education or some technical knowledge about these apps. The proper knowledge should be given to the students, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you from Srikakulam.
Can we proceed, sir? We can see PVK in Chittoor.
Chittoor?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Chittoor. Please go ahead.
Sir, at the interest of nation, they have chosen a broad goal to our college to bring the grassroots level change, the institutional level, to convert the 3 major programs into single major programs.
Okay.
To the policies of NEP.
Right.
So the benefits of this change is to expand the domain knowledge needed in each domain.
Okay.
So that the students will get the more career opportunities and also to become the entrepreneurs.
Okay.
And also to get the more policies of NEP gradually by 2030 into our education system to provide more opportunities for the students to multiple entry and multiple exit. To get the diplomas, advanced diplomas, degree, honors.
Right.
Also to get into the research.
Right.
So this policy, the college lack of awareness of this single major system among stakeholders.
Okay.
Among students, parents, and other stakeholders.
Right.
Lack of resources to expand the facilities.
Right.
To expand the domain knowledge.
Right.
To expand the e-content.
Right.
And the lack of expertise of the experts in our college.
Okay.
Especially faculty in specific domain.
Okay.
So overcoming the obstacles.
Mm-hmm.
So for this, for each obstacle,
Mm-hmm.
first one is we wanted to have awareness campaign in a safe manner for the stakeholders in newspapers, open charts, live charts,
Right.
parent meets, digital media, one-to-one interactions.
Excellent.
Then raising the funds to develop infrastructure facilities in our college through NGO, industry, research organization collaborations.
Right.
Raising the funds by annually philanthropies in and around Chittoor.
Right.
Also requesting the funds from the government by showing the opportunities of the students.
Right.
Expanding the opportunities of the students.
Right.
So, based on the specific requirement in the phase manner, we want to conduct the faculty development programs,
Right.
workshop, DOTs for teachers, and also faculty development, faculty exchange and student exchange programs
Right.
to increase the domain knowledge.
Right.
So, when we come into the fourth task in detail,
Right.
for that, what we are doing is we first improve the curriculum framework,
Mm-hmm.
the more job-oriented syllabus,
Okay.
the programs,
Right.
and also parent-teacher interactions, orientation to the junior college students, especially for stakeholders.
Right.
So regarding the single major, as it is very new to them.
Right.
And the phase-wise installation of infrastructure, including digital facilities,
Right.
physical facilities.
Right.
Also, improve the e-content and study material at each domain.
Excellent.
So, converting all classrooms into digital classrooms in phase manner. Development of study material, e-content, and based on the various learning levels of our students.
Okay.
Which is not available in e-Pathasala and other online systems.
Right.
And finally, the schedule to complete the task is first thing is the positive motivation of the faculty to get involved with this task.
Correct.
That's another one. Next, preparing the schedule of awareness programs for students, teachers, and other stakeholders.
Right.
Next, preparing the pedagogical tools for training syllabus.
Right.
Next, deciding the final deadline for each task.
Okay.
So assigning one person responsible for each task to recover it.
Wonderful.
And also finally conduct a market survey for each domain to introduce more opportunity, oriented skill enhancement and multidiscipline programs in courses into a program. And finally, retrospecting the task accomplishment every day is becomes a part of our schedule.
Excellent.
Thanks
Excellent.
for giving the opportunity.
Excellent, ma'am. Thank you so much, Professor from Chittoor. I think we have already crossed our time, 4 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Only one was left, but I'm not sure whether we'll have the time for it. Probably next time we can discuss and plan well, much better in advance. But remember one thing, right? The whole country, the whole world runs on schedule, right? That's why we have January to December, we have the holidays, we have the Panchang, we have everything. So when you make this plan, the BOOTS plan for the change that you plan in schedule, and you go per the tasks and make it in schedule, absolutely you will be successful. All right. And now discipline brings freedom. So you're absolutely disciplined in doing one by one the activity. Before you know it, all your students will be speaking very good English. They will be communicating very well. They will leverage technology nicely, and you would have succeeded in your jobs, and you will get both personal satisfaction, and the company and organization will be very happy with what you have done. So I wish you the very best. I'll try and see whether I can come this time, or definitely, in future sessions, I will connect with you. Thank you so much for your time and opportunity. Namaste. Thank you so much again.
Can we talk, sir? Hello?
Yeah. Who's this?
Sir, I'm very thankful, sir. Sir, very good morning. I'm very thankful to you, sir,
Thank you
for giving another opportunity to Parvatipuram, sir. And I'm Dr. U. Fanikumari, lecturer in botany, GDC Sitampeta from NRC Parvatipuram.
Right,
I
ma'am.
would like to discuss about the change on organizational goals, sir.
Okay.
Recently, our commissioner, sir, introduced a single major subject at higher education level, sir.
Right.
So I want to discuss about this.
Right.
What are the benefits, sir? If there is a change from pre-subject system to single major subject, there is a benefit is that the student got the opportunity to choose their interested subject, sir.
Okay.
And what about the obstacles? Here, definitely there is an obstacles when need to bring a change. There is a some problems like admissions wise and more sanctioned posts should be required, etc. All these obstacles which were faced by the commissionerate or the organization level, sir. And
Right.
how to overcome this is, in order to overcome, there is a need to plan, sir. By sanctioning the new posts at the required places, we have to
Right.
make a suitable intake of the students to sustain the
Right.
group, etc., sir. And
Right.
different groups are disorganized because of these take a change in the organization level, sir. And
Right.
what we have to take a task in detail means we need to apply discussion, because
Right.
this is a decision taking at an organizational level. There
Right.
is need to explain about the task to the staff who is working at the college level, sir.
Got it.
It is possible to take suggestions from the staff also, sir.
Okay.
And schedule to complete task means we have to plan for a schedule to complete task. Why? Because this is was introduced not only for one college,
Yes.
it is an Andhra level, sir.
Right.
We have to take a prepared plan for schedule to ask about the opinions of the principals and about the infrastructure, etc., sir.
Right.
Thank you for giving this opportunity, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Namaste.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
I think we have it's a time for a break. This session was from 10 to 11:30, and I think you have a break. But is somebody from JKCCC AP would you be able to give instructions?
Sir, good morning. Yes, sir. As you said, we can break for tea because next session is already ready. They have
Right.
joined.
All right. Thank you so much, Professor Ali.
Thank you. All NRCs, please take a 10-minute tea break and please join again. At 11:45, resource person Udaya, Dr. Udaya will be delivering. Yeah, good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, it is audible, madam. You can share your content.
Okay.
1 minute, madam.
Is this the first session, sir?
No, this is the second one.
Okay, they have taken a break or something because there are many.
Yeah. Just a tea break. I think most of the participants are coming now.
Okay.
I request all the NRC program coordinator to please ensure the participants are in the classroom. I request Kadapa NRC please introduce madam to the audience.
Ready, sir? I'm ready.
Yeah, please, madam, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, ma'am. It's my pleasure to have an opportunity to introduce you. Dr. M. Udaya is an associate professor teaching for the past 13 years in the Department of ESL Studies at the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. She has participated in different capacities in more than 40 national and international seminars and conferences and published papers in well-reputed journals. She visited Singapore, Malaysia, and UK and presented papers on corpus and language teaching, multilingualism. She is one of the editors for European Journal, ELT and Education. She was an NSS program officer and conducted various programs as part of the university social responsibility initiative. She has so far supervised 6 PhDs and 1 MPhil student. Presently, 4 doctoral students are working under her supervision. I welcome you, ma'am. We are all in the session. Thank you for the opportunity.
Shall I start the session, sir?
Yes, madam, you can start.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Good
morning.
Yeah, good morning. Most of them are settling now. NRC, GDC. Okay, fine. So today, this session would be talking about mostly about the NEP and also how as a teacher, learner autonomy and teacher autonomy along with learner-centered pedagogy, which is going to be part of the NEP. That is what you need to know about it. So today I'll be talking about the NEP along with that collaborative learning, then learner-centered pedagogy and also learner autonomy. Why learner autonomy is important according to the new NEP. So on those guidelines, I'll be giving you a brief overview that how as a teacher you can make your classes more learner oriented rather than a teacher oriented, and also bring in a curriculum which will be more about learner oriented, not only the textbook, but you can bring your own lessons to the classroom and make it more learner oriented. So I'm just sharing my PPT. Just a minute. So this is the PPT which I'm going to present. If it's visible or no, please let me know, because last time they had a problem because when I was
Visible.
yeah, thank you so much. So collaborative learning and learner-centered pedagogy, this is what I'm going to deal with today. So why we need to know about collaborative learning and why our classes should focus on more on learner-centered pedagogy. Because till now, the overall classroom has been talking about the textbook. We talk about the textbook in terms of different aspects. And also we have a formative and summative assessment, but mostly when it comes to degree colleges, it's the summative assessment. So now the trend is changing that you should have formative assessment wherein you need to check the knowledge of your students on a regular basis. So in those cases, you can have your internal exams, 2 or 3 internal exams, and then go for a final exam. So in order to bring in these changes, NAP has brought out many changes into the new curriculum. And as a teacher, we need to know about it and we need to bring those changes to our classroom. So basically, first I would talk about the NEP. What does it say about the education framework? And as a teacher, what are the new things you can bring to your classroom? Okay. NEP. Yeah, I've changed the slide. If you can see it or no, please let me know. Okay, so NEP 2020, what does it say, especially about higher education? Because most of you are teaching in degree colleges. So you are going to promote education in such a way that it should be more about their economic development along with the human development. So NEP says that you need to promote your students as humans as well as a societal well-being humans, that too. So when you have societal well-being along with that economic development, you can see better persons and who can stand on their own feet and they can do any kind of job or any kind of you can say any kind of earning is also possible for them depending on the courses which you offer at the university. So it should be, higher education should be democratic, just, socially conscious, cultured and human. Along with that, it should be giving sustainable livelihood. Okay, so nowadays each and everyone is talking about sustainable development wherein you have long-term goals, and in these long-term goals, whatever courses you are teaching, it should be giving them a better livelihood. Along with that, you should have economic development. So maths, physics, chemistry or by PC, these are...
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
So change the slide actually. Slide has not changed.
Can you see NEP 2020?
No, ma'am. Okay, starting slide only visible.
Now?
Now it's okay.
Okay, fine.
Put it on presentation mode, ma'am, actually.
I put it on presentation mode, but it's not visible to you all.
Okay.
Now?
It's okay, ma'am. It's okay.
If you can view it, it's fine. Otherwise, it will be like you'll be just watching only one slide. It's NEP 2020. You can view it now?
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Please carry on, ma'am.
Okay,
it's
fine.
visible.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So you should be contributing to a better livelihood. So earlier you had science streams, art streams, and also you had mathematics streams. But now you are going to have a mixture of courses wherein you'll have multiple courses and multiple entry levels because of NEP. So you can't stick on to a particular course and you keep on teaching that course all through your, you can say your career, but you should have bring in changes and there should be multiple courses. Suppose you are interested in dancing, singing or any other art, you can bring that art along with your English language, along with your maths or along with your social or science, whatever subjects you are teaching. So it should be a combination of multiple courses and multiple areas of interest where the student can learn better. So as India moves to a more knowledge economy and society, more and more young Indians aspire for higher education. You all know that because many students who are not able to pass the NEET exam or who are not able to get into the IITs, either they're going into private engineering colleges or else coming to degree colleges. So there are many ways in which they are planning to have a better career. So higher education is a major step wherein we can bring these changes and help your students. Yeah, next one, I have changed the slide. Here in NEP, it says that you need to have learning and innovation skills. Now, learning and innovation skills, is it your classroom innovation or is it your teaching innovation or is the curriculum innovation? What is that innovation or new things which you can bring to your classroom?
Okay, ma'am.
It's better I'll put this mode only. Okay. Yeah. So you have learning and innovation skills. Then you have information, media and technology skills, core subjects and 21st century themes. So there are many 21st century themes. It's not only about your core subjects, that is maths, physics and chemistry. Along with that, you have many languages as well. Along with that, you have art and craft. Along with that, you have architecture, right? And also you have biotech. There are many subjects which are there, and even you can talk about environmental sciences, right? Health and management. Many courses are there, so you can bring in a combination of many aspects into one course and you can teach them. So even NEP is also trying to propagate that idea. So life and career skills, suppose you are talking about carpentry, you're talking about plumbing, you're talking about any other skill which the child is interested in, and there are very good teachers who would like to teach that particular aspect, that also can be encouraged in our classrooms. Along with all these things, you need to have standards and assessments. So what kind of assessment should be given? So it is not only your summative assessment, but you can also bring in formative assessment along with the curriculum and the instruction. It is not that on a daily basis we go to the classroom, you have a textbook, you open the textbook, you read the lesson, then you explain it to them, then you do a few activities, and then you think that time is up and we come out of the class. Rather than that, along with the textbook, what is that new curriculum you can take to the classroom? It should not be only the textbook or only the lesson which you are teaching, but anything related to that lesson, new information you can bring it. But now students sit in your class, open the phone, and they keep seeing all the related aspects of that particular lesson on the phone, and they give you more information. So in those cases, how is that you can make your students more interested into your classroom? Not only just talking about the textbook, but bring all the ideas which are in and around in your environment and come up with more better discussions so that students are more interested into your classes. And along with that, what is that professional development you are looking into? Right, you have completed, they have completed a course, they have completed the degree, then they go for a post graduation. So after post graduation, and most of them don't find any employment, so why are they doing these courses when there is no employment? So why don't we bring in courses wherein there is more employment and more empowerment? So bring in those courses which will help your students. So most of the universities are planning to do that. It's not only one or two universities, but overall they are planning to change this structure. So as teachers, you need to fit into that structure. If you have to fit into that structure, what kind of changes you need to bring as a teacher to the classroom? And the learning environment, it can't be only a classroom, it can't be only a lab, or it can be many ways in which you would like to teach. It can be online, or it can be project based, or it can be any other aspect wherein you can take them to any field trip and try to teach them those aspects. Right now we need to encourage more of field trips. You need to have a drama class, you need to have an art class, singing class. All these should be included into the classroom. Earlier it was only till the school system, but now even into higher education they are trying to bring these changes. Next, so what does NEP expect from us, and what is that we need to aim at? So higher education must aim to develop good, thoughtful, well-rounded and creative individuals. So this creativity is never there in our classrooms. We don't have time for that creativity, or we don't encourage our students to do that creative learning or creative teaching or creative expressions. So we need to inculcate that particular idea of creating creative individuals. Then you need to enable an individual to study one or more specialized areas of subjects which they are more interested in. If a child is interested in more on academic writing or creative writing, we need to encourage them, right? Give them more scope to do that particular activity, rather than saying that this is not important for your exam, so better don't learn it or don't read it. So you need to develop the character, ethical and constitutional values, intellectual curiosity, scientific temper, creativity, and spirit of service. So this is all from the NEP. It is not my own statement. Okay. Then there are a range of disciplines including science, social arts, humanities, and also there are technical and vocational subjects. So earlier vocational courses were restricted to particular colleges, but these vocational courses are going to be part of all the degree colleges. all the technical institutes. All the technical courses will be part of degree courses. So everything is going to come together under one platform, and everything is possible. And all these courses are available to each and every student. It was restricted to a particular college earlier, but these courses will be coming into mainstream education as well. And must enable personal accomplishment and enlightenment, constructive public engagement, able to interact with others, talk to others, have a debate, have a discussion, try to develop them in such a way, and which should have a productive contribution to the society. It should have a productive contribution to the society rather than having a discussion and an argument and trying to end the discussion over there. Then it must prepare students for meaningful and satisfying lives and work roles and enable economic independence. This is lacking among our students because most of the courses do not give them any kind of employment. So now we need to change the structure and bring in courses which can give them more economic independence. Next, what are the other challenges which we are facing in our education system, especially higher education? Mostly it has a fragmented higher education ecosystem. Fragmented is you have your +2, after +2 you have 3 years of degree, after 3 years you have a PG, after PG again they go for a PhD or anything. But now it has become a 4-year degree, right? Along with that you have 2 years of MA included into it, that can be 5 years. So BA and MA together it can be into 4 years completed over there, or else 5 years. So earlier it was in a different way, now it is changing, and there is less emphasis on development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes. I don't think so most of us, when we prepare a lesson, there is any kind of learning outcomes which we mention in our lessons. There's nothing like that, because all of us have got used to the system. Na? We have a textbook, you teach at this, then we end out. We don't have a lesson plan actually. If you have a lesson plan, you'll have an aim, you'll have a clear objective, you have everything written for you. But it's not possible because we are not used to it. Then there is a rigid separation of disciplines with early specialization and streaming of students. That's true. In 10th class itself, you are trying to tell them you want sciences or maths, right? If you're interested in mathematics, you go for MPC. If you're interested in science, go for BPC, right? Arts, you go for HEC. Now you have a combination of MEC, you have combination of maths and commerce, you have combination of science, maths and commerce. All combinations are available now. So we need to encourage them to do like that. So limited access, particularly to socio-economically disadvantaged areas. That access has not been there for a long time, and now at least if changes come, even they will be part of the mainstream education. Now, limited teacher and institutional autonomy by see, this can never change because always there is some kind of hierarchy within the system. For that reason, the teacher is not given enough autonomy to bring in the changes to the classroom. So they have a rigid system and you need to blindly follow that system. But now we need to change it into a more autonomous classroom wherein the student and the teacher have freedom to bring what they like to the classroom, not other than the cognitive development, but bring in better aspects wherein they can view you as a more dependable person. Then inadequate mechanisms for merit-based career management and progression of faculty and institutional leaders. This is always there. We can't change it because depending on the institutional hierarchy, we can't bring major changes at the lower level. So it is the institute heads who have to bring these changes. Then less emphasis on research. This has never been there. Only major institutes like HCU, that is central universities, have been emphasizing on research. But when it comes to most of our colleges, there's no research, especially if you look at few universities. We don't emphasize on research. It is only a certificate or a degree-based education which we are imparting. Then lack of competitive peer-reviewed research, that is not at all there. And there is no funding across disciplines, nowhere. You don't get the funding also. If you apply it for continuously for 4 to 5 years also, most of the institute don't get funding. Then governance and leadership of higher education institutes, that is never changed. It is more political based. For that reason, you can't change the system over here. And an ineffective regulatory system and large affiliative universities resulting in low standards of undergraduate education. So these universities are resulting in low standards. So who is responsible for these low standards? Is it the teacher? Is it the curriculum? Or else is it the institution itself? Who are we to blame because of these low standards? So because all these problems are there and still we want to change the system, how we can change it and how we can change our classroom. We can't change the whole system, but as a teacher, how is that we can change our classrooms? Yeah. First thing is supporting the environment and support for students by effective learning. What is that you need to bring as a teacher and how you can improve the learning pattern in the classroom? This learning pattern can be improved through appropriate curriculum. Curriculum is nothing but your textbook or the material which you bring to the class. Then engaging pedagogy or the textbook, which can't be a boring textbook, but it should be more interesting and it should be more about innovative ideas, not the redundant stories which have been for continuing for the past 10 years. You have the same syllabus and it is not changing, and students already get guides in the market. So there's nothing like you need to sit and study in the classroom or you need to attend the classroom. It is for the attendance sake most of the students come to our classes. But if you have a more engaging pedagogy or an engaging curriculum in the classroom, I think most of the students will be interested in that particular curriculum. Then continuous formative assessment, weekly test or a monthly test, see that your students learn and check their cognitive levels, if they have understood the lesson or if they have understood the material, whatever you have taken to the class. There are many things which you can look into. And adequate student support, it depends on the teacher and the student. If they are more interested, a teacher can support them in many ways. Okay. Then curriculum, it should be interesting and relevant, updated regularly. Mostly it is not updated on a regular basis because I have taught in many degree colleges and the curriculum is there for almost 10 years. So 10 years, new changes. Post-COVID, many changes have come. So post-COVID, I don't think so. Children are looking at teachers for information. It is the internet which is giving them overall information. So as a teacher, what is your role? So what are the changes you can bring in? So that is very important. And it should have specified learning outcomes. We don't have any objectives. We don't have any learning outcomes. We don't have a lesson plan. So how are we going to write down our outcomes? If you're teaching a particular lesson, what are the outcomes of that lesson? At the end of the class, do you ask your students, have they understood it? What could be the changes which you can bring into your lesson? Or what is that new information that is missing in your lesson? Do we ask these questions? It's not possible for us. Right. Now you need to also have high quality pedagogy for imparting the material to students. Then pedagogical practices determine the learning experience. So if it's a maths teacher, it is the textbook, or else you have a whiteboard, or else you're using any of the online resources relevant for maths. If you're teaching trigonometry, if you're teaching geometry, do you bring any kind of online tools to teach your students? Is it possible? Or else it's the chalk piece and the blackboard. Right. If it is an online class and you have a digital board, you can use your online resources, which can be interesting for you and the students to do it. Because everyone are digitalized, they have their mobiles in their hand. So as a teacher, you can't go to only the old practice, but you should bring both your online tools along with your blackboard. Both of them can be bought and you can teach in a better way. Then determine the learning experience and influencing the learning outcomes, right? That's what I was telling you. You need to have learning outcomes, then only you can have a better lesson. Then assessment pattern has to change. It can't be only a summative one, or else you have a continuous test to improve their learning and also the application of knowledge. By giving them weekly tests, you can assess the student knowledge and accordingly you can change your teaching pattern. Then promote wellness, fitness, good health, psycho and social well-being, and also ethical grounding, which are good for a high quality learning. So for reading on this slide or listening to someone, it's fine. But when we get into the classroom, how much change we can bring in, that is very important. Okay. Yeah. Next slide is about teacher autonomy. What is teacher autonomy? you need to have that independence to bring in the change in the classroom. If you have your institute heads trying to put certain guidelines, how are we going to bring changes then? If you have strict norms to be followed in the classroom, it is not possible. So when there are no norms and if you are given any kind of liberty to do what you want in the classroom, then you call it as teacher autonomy, right? So you should have the autonomy to innovate on matters of curriculum. When a new syllabus is introduced, you should be given priority to bring in the changes, right? And also the assessment pattern, because each teacher might be having a different pattern of assessment, right? Yeah, you give a project work or you give presentations, or else you ask them to do any kind of uh, assignments, right? A written assignment or an oral assignment, anything you can be giving them. So if students are interested in assignments, we can encourage them to write it, or we can encourage them to give presentations, which might help them to be better leaders, right? Then, as a teacher, the curriculum and pedagogy, which are designed by the institutions and motivated faculty, it should be stimulating and an engaging learning experience. If any teacher has prepared the syllabus, it should be engaging and helpful for the students rather than again the same old textbooks. Then continuous formative assessment, which I have been telling you. Yeah, this is very important. Choice-based credit system. NEP strictly says that it should be choice-based credit system, because if you are offering around 10 to 12 courses in a particular semester, and most of the students are interested in multiple courses at the same time, and they want to have particular credit, if it's a 5 credit course or a 3 credit course, students might be interested in it. So this choice-based credit system is students can select any courses, and these courses should be given credits in such a way that they fulfill the criteria to complete a degree. So this choice-based credit system is already in place in our university. So most of the universities are also following this system. So you can also bring in this choice-based credit system, which will really give more flexibility for the students and also teachers. If there are 20 courses and most of the students would love to do at least 4 to 5 courses which they think are important in a particular semester, they can opt for it and they can pursue that course. Then higher education institutes should move to criteria-based grading system and assess student achievement based on the learning goals for each program. And it should be fairer and outcomes more comparable. Fairer is depends on the system. Then it should have more continuous and comprehensive evaluation. It's not that at the end of each year you have a summative test for final exam and you say that you have understood everything and you get a degree. That is not the criteria, but there should be continuous evaluation in every semester. Next, faculty. When faculty are in the classroom, or if they are trying to make the syllabus, or if they're preparing certain goals for the institute, what is that is needed? Teacher autonomy is very important over here. Teacher agency, then teacher identity. So when you talk about teacher identity, as an individual, the kind of recognition you are given in the university or the college, or the kind of recognition you receive because of your innovative curriculum, or else the kind of priority you're given because of your active participation in certain aspects, right? This is your identity. Autonomy is you are given the freedom to select the syllabus, you are given the freedom to teach as you like in the classroom, you are given the freedom to use all the technology in the classroom. Whatever kind of autonomy you are needed, if you're given that, it can be a better classroom. Teacher agencies are where teachers can come together, they can collaborate with each other, they can talk to each other, they can come up with different departments coming together and offering courses, which will really help your own system. Right. So each classroom should have latest educational technology. Most of the governments are promising to give you technology in each and every classroom. If you'll have it or no, I'm not sure, but in our university, it is there. So freedom to design your own curriculum, pedagogical approaches. Then also textbook and reading material selections, assignments and assessments. Everything should be given to the teacher in such a way that she should have that autonomy to do what she likes rather than having a strict guideline. Then empowering faculty to conduct innovative teaching, research and service. So mostly teachers, all of us, in order to improve our own knowledge, we try to attend most of the faculty development programs, right? All the HRCs, the what is it, HRDCs, they try to give most of the courses. So you need to attend those courses, or else you need to attend conferences and seminars, try to improve your knowledge or try to grasp whatever is told in these seminars and conferences, and you can innovate yourself and you can be a key motivator and enabler for them in understanding and in your creative work. Right, because there are many schools who are coming up with innovative ideas. There are many colleges, and also I think your English students, especially, who were improving their language because of those particular English teachers. So you need to be a key motivator in order to deliver it in a proper way. Along with that, if the teachers are given appropriate rewards, promotions, recognition, then the institute will develop and it will have a better leadership. And faculty, not, this is very important. NEP says that it's not my statement. Faculty not delivering on basic norms will be held accountable. And as a teacher, if you're not able to deliver, you're not able to teach in a particular institute and not able to bring that innovativeness into your classroom, you're not able to do any kind of new changes, then you're going to be accountable. This is a statement from the NEP. Next, learner-centered pedagogy. It follows a constructive pedagogy approach. Learner-centered pedagogy is the syllabus or the curriculum which you prepare, it should be more into a learner-oriented. It should not be according to someone's criteria, but it should be according to the student's needs. So when you talk about pedagogy, it should have accountability, it should have inquiry-based knowledge, you should have discussion-based knowledge, collaboration, or else you can have different activities wherein students can collaborate, they can be creative, and also reflect. Reflect is trying to self-reflect about the ideas which have been taught in the lesson and they can think about it. So it should be more of a cognitive based syllabus wherein they need to reflect upon each and every aspect. They need to be more creative. They should have pair work or group work or individual work wherein they can collaborate with each other, collaborate with institutes, or collaborate with different individuals within the society. So that kind of syllabus should be given to your students. So it follows a constructive approach and students are at the center of teaching learning process. Earlier, it was a textbook and it was the teacher who dominated the classroom. But now, even the learner plays a major role in the curriculum or in the teaching system. Students are more active and participative. So the process turns knowledge into negotiation between teachers and students. That every one of us know. It shouldn't be not also negotiation, but it is like take and give kind of thing, wherein you give the knowledge, they learn about it, they try to find out, they try to discuss, they try to inquire about it. So there are many ways in which the learners might come up with better ideas. Now the pedagogy starts from students' interest and objective. Do we have the time to ask our students that what is that we are going to learn today? Do you have any ideas for this today's classroom? Do we give them that freedom to speak in the class and take their ideas and teach in the class? Do we do that? I don't think so. We have the time to do it, no? So it carries out a learning process based on real situations and materials. So mostly because we teach English, our perspective would be more about English language teaching, because I see other language teachers also in these groups. The kind of real situations and materials you can bring to the classroom. You have conversations, you have many issues outside. There are debates and discussions, politics, social politics. Everything is possible. You have psychology as well. Many varieties of texts are available. Many ideas are available. So why don't we bring those ideas to the classroom and have a discussion, and also along with that, you can add your technology to it, which will really help and favor this process. It will really help you all as a teacher. So a constructive approach and negotiation between teachers and the pedagogy, which should be student oriented, that will help you a lot. Next, what is teacher centered and learner centered pedagogy? Most of you know, till now it was more about a teacher centered pedagogy because the teacher was the major focus. The focus is on the instructor because you are the teacher, the focus is on you. Then students work individually because we never ask them to collaborate with each other. We never ask them to do pair work or group work or any kind of debate or discussion. So we make it a point that our students should be silent in the class. So silence in the class is also which we have developed through these years. So silence is also one way which is affecting the students. This is very important, that silence should not be there in the classroom. You should give priority to each and every student to speak in the class. Then the instructor observes and corrects students' responses. Whenever they answer a question, you try to correct it, or else you give them any kind of feedback, right? Rather than that, why don't we ask the peers to talk about it or discuss about it or tell them to give their own viewpoint? That is one interesting way. Then the instructor answers students' questions, which you have been doing all through. Then the instructor evaluates student learning. So you evaluate it, you only give marks, you only try to teach, you only try to control the classroom. Everything is teacher oriented. From this teacher oriented, how we can change it into a learner centered classroom? How can you change it? So now the focus should be both on the student and the instructor, that is you and the student. Then students can work in groups or alone. It depends on you what kind of activity you are going to bring to the classroom. Mostly group activities are very interesting, or pair work is very interesting. So why don't we bring in more of activity based teaching rather than a textbook based teaching? Then the instructor provides feedback and corrective action when needed. So when a student is asking a question or trying to clarify his thoughts, you should be there to help them. Rather than saying that you ask your friend, he'll try to help you. That can't be. No? As a teacher, we should be there to help them. Then students may answer each other question. Then the instructor would be a facilitator, or the teacher is a facilitator or a monitor, or else it can be a major resource person who's trying to impart his knowledge to a group. Then students evaluate their own learning. It can be peer evaluation because they are sitting in groups. You can ask each other to evaluate them, but there might be some kind of conflict in the class. But as a teacher, you can control that conflict and also try to inculcate knowledge in such a way that anything positive or negative feedback should be taken in a positive way. Because we are never taught how to take negative feedback. So if you teach them how to take negative and positive feedback, then you won't have any problem. Okay, next. What are the 5 domains of learner-centered teaching? Here, first thing would be the role of the teacher. The instruction should focus on student learning. Then here are a few examples. I won't read the example, but you can have a look at it. Then balance of power, wherein decision making about learning with students. How many of us do that? Do we discuss with the students that what is that we are going to learn today? Should we follow the textbook, or shall we bring anything up from the outside? Or shall we look into our mobiles and read a particular article? We'll discuss about it. We'll come up with new ideas. Do we have the time to do it? Yeah. And do we ask the students about the assignments or exam pattern? Do we give them any choice in it? We do give in our university, because most of them say we want an open book exam. Fine. You create questions, give it as an open book exam, or is given an assignment wherein they need to do a lot of research into it and then find out. If you're talking about any kind of policies, or you're talking about any kind of government policies which are already there, and there is some kind of dissatisfaction, tell them to bring up their ideas. So there are many ideas which can be brought to the classroom. If you're bringing content, so it should be more knowledge based and develop learning skills and learner self-awareness. right? Developing learning skills and learner self-awareness, that is very important, right? Then also do not separate learning strategies from the content. End of the class summaries, exam review sessions. End of the class summaries is once you have taught the lesson, again you try to review it and try to give them the overall thing. So I think what you all have been doing, first after my session is over, I see someone giving me a valedictory and talking about the overall session. So it is a kind of summary which all of you might uh, find it interesting, because those who have not had that patience to listen to the whole session, you will have that summary with you, which can be easy for you to understand. Now, responsibility of learning, that is co-create learning environments that motivate students to accept responsibility. Every day there is some kind of assignment given to the student. You give them the topic, tell them to research and bring some notes related to that topic. So students are interested in trying to write it, and teacher should correct it the next day or give some kind of feedback. Then only students will come up with new ideas. Then evaluation activities should be used to promote learning and self and peer assessment skill. Peer assessment is nowhere there in our system. We never give them that criteria of peer assessment. If they have written an assignment, share it with their peers, tell them to read it, tell them to give their feedback, right? Self and peer assessment is not at all there. Evaluation of participation, this also. If students participate in the class, give them 2 or 3 points so that each one participates in the class. If you are not giving any points to them, I don't think so they'll participate, right? So each and everything, if you're grading them with 1 or 2 points or 10 marks or 15 marks, then only you can see the kind of participation in our classrooms. Next. Yeah. Teacher-centered pedagogy, it is only the teacher, then you have the learner sitting over there and listening to the teacher, right? Next one, learner-centered. Here the learner's knowledge and experience are validated. Content of instruction is relevant to learner needs and interest. I've been repeating it again and again. It's also a repetition. Then choices about content and classroom activities. Learners can make it, rather not the teacher. Give the learners to make their own choice about the content and classroom activities. Because most of us complain that most of them come from a Telugu medium background or any other background, and they're not able to speak in a class. How do you expect us to do this? But you can bring activities in their own mother tongue also. You can have an interactive session over there. It is not that only a language should be there. Even mother tongue should be encouraged. That is part of NEP. So mother tongue based also, it is very important for us to encourage. Then classroom interactions and tasks where language is used in real world. That's what I told you. Real life situation examples you can bring into the class. More interactions, pair works, group works, right? Then learners' first language and culture can be a resource for learning. Culture is very important because each and every culture might be having different rituals. So you start a discussion on the rituals, so you can have 2 to 3 hour discussion from each and every individual. So culture or language, everything can be brought into the domain. Your social linguistics also can be a major domain for discussion, right? You have your birth rituals, marriage rituals, death rituals, right? So all these rituals also, when you start the discussion, it will continue for almost 2 to 3 hours. Then classroom tasks challenge learners, promote higher order thinking skills. That's what I told, creativity, innovative, yeah, reflection, everything. Then learners acquire strategies for learning inside and outside of the classroom. Who is bothered about the outside classroom? None of us. But you give an activity in such a way that the learner not only will be focusing only on the classroom teaching, but once he moves out of the classroom also, the whole discussion should go on about what has happened in your class, and he should be doing more of research related to that topic. So your teaching should be that the inside and outside of the classroom also, the learner should be more intrigued to know what he had been taught in the classroom. Next. Yeah, what is learner-centered pedagogy and what is that we need to know about it? First thing is encourage active participation, that is by learning and doing or hands-on learning or interacting with the teacher or the students through pair work and group work. This is one. Then adapting to needs. This is very important. See, considering the learner's prior knowledge, skills and experience. For that reason only, on the very first day of our classes, we try to have self-introductions. Self-introductions help us to know your students' prior knowledge, skills, and experience, so that accordingly you can base your classroom, right? Along with that, emotional needs, because there are many students who are financially not stable enough, still they come to the classes, or they have some other problem, they're still sitting there and listening to you. So whatever you are imparting, it should not be that this boy would have earned around 400 to 500 rupees that day, but still for this session he has come and sat in your class. Why don't you make it in such a way that this child has learned something from your classroom, right? Autonomy, wherein responsibility for their own learning, and learners not only learn content but also develop their lifelong learning to learn skills. That is your metacognition. Learning to learn is you try to give them activities in such a way that every day he has to bring a new idea to your classroom. Then the relevant skills related to that class, that is analysis, critical thinking, creativity, and also your life skills, which are important. Most of the universities started with soft skills, right? Later on, these soft skills turned out to be some other skill. Now, no one is teaching soft skills. It is only your classroom interaction that is taking place. Then power sharing, where decision making and dialogue with peers and the teacher. Then both teacher and students' opinions are valued. This one only on paper it looks good, but I don't think so it is possible. Students and teachers' opinions are valued. Only in some cases they are valued. Otherwise, teacher's job is to only teach. But here you can bring in these changes by saying that even your voice is very important. Then assessment pattern, wherein it's an ongoing process. It can be self or peer assessment. Self-assessment is possible because when you give presentations, students can make out what are the mistakes they have made or how they can improve their teaching or presentation skills. Self reflections help them. Peer assessment, you can ask their friends to assess it, and sometimes it might get into some kind of negativity, but still it will help them to improve. Okay, next one. Outcomes of learner-centered pedagogy. I'll just summarize it in 2 points. Learner-centered pedagogy should help in engagement. It should have more challenges in the curriculum. It should be relevant to the student. It should be more personalization, control of all the ideas or control of features relevant to it, and also there should be collaborative learning. All these 6 are very important because they help the students to prepare themselves for the changing world. Earlier students were not exposed to internet much, but because of COVID, things have changed very drastically. So each and every household has a phone, each and every household has internet. So when you have internet, when you have a phone, then all the information is there with the student. But still, you need to help them to be prepared for this changing competitive world. And also economically competitive, and such as critical thinking and creativity, which are very important, should be included into your curriculum. Then there are cognitive perspectives, and also there are many approaches which might help us in constructing it. And if you all are teachers who are from English background, you all of you might be knowing Vygotsky and Piaget theory, wherein already there is knowledge, but as a teacher, if you can give them more input and also try to help them with the kind of knowledge they are already born, and you try to give them more information to it so that they can do better in their later stages, right? Next. Finally, it is the emancipatory perspective, wherein they have wider benefits to the society. Whoever is teaching, whoever is learning, everything is related to society, because each and every individual will be working for the society, right? So it is more about reducing inequalities, more of a voice, and seeing knowledge as less fixed. That is the reason we are bringing these changes. It is not fixed to a particular place or fixed to a particular classroom, but it would be more of a multi-exchange of ideas. Then you have narratives which might overlap, but these narratives can be changed. It can't be more redundant. And students should express themselves through more open dialogue and deeper learning, which can help them in their cognitive development. Yeah, what are the activities which you can bring to the classroom? Okay. If you want it to be a more learner-centered classroom and you want to bring in the changes in your classroom, what are the activities which you can bring? You can start a forum. Already students are there. TikTok was very famous. Students prepared their own reels and all. They started posting it and all. But later on, most of them are making YouTube videos and trying to share their knowledge, whatever is there. So as a teacher, how are you going to help them, or how these videos can help in the classroom? It is not the reels, but you can share different information related blogs to your classroom, or upload podcasts or videos for your students so that they can work in groups or individually. There are many podcasts related to each and every topic. Try to share the link, tell them to listen to it, tell them to analyze it, and tell them to have a discussion in the classroom. Then you can also create stage presentations. All of you know what are stage presentations, because if teachers are from engineering background or engineering colleges, it is part of their curriculum. Presentations are already there. Even for degree classes also, you can make it compulsory so that at the end of each session, each student can prepare on a particular topic and present. Then it can be delivered in person or a live webinar, because some students have the stage fear. We can have an online presentation for them, which will help them. Then also staging a demonstration or a product demonstration, depends on the type of topic you give them. Then competitions. If it is a healthy competition, it will really help your students, right? And if the students are interested, you can give them. Holding a debate, that is already there. You know what is debate. Then gamifying learning. There are many number of online tools wherein you can create these games and tell them to learn if you are interested. And otherwise also students are making their own games on the net, and you can share that and you can ask everyone to participate in it. Then you can have a group discussion. And also you have leaderboards, badges and points. Suppose you have completed a particular task, you can give them a badge or a point which will help them. Then posing a problem and then asking them to solve it. There can be problems which you can work immediately, or as problems faced by learners and then trying to identify solutions to it. Or you give them a solution and you can ask them the kind of problems that can be related to that solution. So you have different sessions where you can create your innovativeness. Role plays, you can do it easily. It's not at all a difficult task. Brainstorming, giving them incomplete text, trying them, asking them to complete it, or giving them minimum information about a particular topic and telling them to complete it. So there are many ideas which are already there. You can use all these ideas. These all are not new, but it is just an, I'm trying to summarize it for you all so that you can have an idea. Those are not aware about it, you can know about it. Do a demo. Rather you doing a demo, you can also put up a video and tell them to watch that video and then try to come up for a discussion, right? Step-by-step video of your LMS. How many of you have done Swayam or MOOC courses or NPTEL courses? If you all have done, it's fine. Those who have not done it, there are so many online courses now, free of cost. Coursera offers so many courses. FutureLearn offers courses. Then RELC offers courses. So even IIT Kharagpur offers courses, right? MIT has courses. So there are thousands of courses when you can learn from those LMS, or else you create your own course and upload it, and you can make your course available for students for free of cost, or you can earn along with that. Then also practicing soft skills along with communication, collaboration, and problem solving. And also new materials where learners are given a large degree of autonomy. You can bring 10 to 15 varieties of material, make them into groups, give them the material, end of the session, see the discussion. You can find out which particular material has made an impact on the student knowledge, right? So it can be independent or in groups. So these are few learner-centered activities which you can bring it to your classroom. Group project, develop content, presentation, competition, gamifying, debates, problem and solution, role play, brainstorming, and demonstrations. These are 10 activities. There are thousands of activities, but these can simple activities can make a larger impact in your classroom. Now, methods. Same thing, what we have done it in the last slides. Okay, so cooperative learning, working in teams, working in groups, right? And also you can bring up good projects, and these projects can be sent to governments for financial aid. If you think it's really interesting, you can send it for any kind of financial aid, and you can make it into a better project. This can help your students, and as a teacher, you can have better recognition. Then inductive learning, wherein students are given challenges. First you give them a problem, then you can ask them for the solutions, right? So that could be your inductive methods, where it can be inquiry based, case based, problem based, or project based, and discovery learning. There are so many learnings, but as in the classroom as a teacher, what is that you are interested in and what is that your students are interested in? That is important. Next, games are very interesting to bring in critical thinking or creative thinking, right? So if you have certain games, there are online games for language learning, for any other learning. So if you can bring games, it will really help them. Then expeditionary learning, it can include trips to different places, taking them to any kind of science fair or language fair or any kind of exhibition, then or else to a community gathering, and also giving them real examples and teaching them how they can be part of these expeditions. Active learning, wherein problems and solutions are already there, formulate questions, discuss, explain, and debate. Everything is possible. Okay, so it can be learner to instructor, it can be learner to learner, learner to self, or learner to content. So content is already there with you, the textbook, or as content is already there, that is your material if you have prepared other than the textbook, right? So is it the learner can learn it on his own, or else they need a teacher intervention, or learner to instructor, that is it teacher intervened learning, or else it is self learning, or it is pair work or group work which might help them to learn. So it can be 4 types of material which you can bring, or 4 types of learning experiences you can bring to the classroom. That is the teacher and the student, or the student and the textbook, or student and the material, or student teaching himself or learning for himself, then student participation. All these are possible, and depending on that, your material should be brought to the class. Next one, because we have another 20 to 25 minutes, I'll just give you a list of interactive tools or collaborative learning tools which can help you all. Yeah, what are the tools which you can use? Web2 tools, most of you might be aware about it, because I see most of them using these Web2 tools, especially if it is online grading or online assignment submission or anything. I saw most of the teachers using it in our places. Even you all might be aware about it and you might have used it, right? Especially during COVID time. Now, using blogs. So blogs are not limited to writing. They can record videos of themselves, give presentations in their blogs as well. They can also practice speaking and also embed it into their blog. And also recording short audio or send it via email, create MP3 or link, or no account necessary. See, if you're doing any Swayam or MOOC program, they ask you to record a particular lesson and post it over there, right? That can be graded easily. So when you're trying to record, you can hear your voice, you can see the kind of modulations you can make to your voice, the stress and intonation pattern, everything you can change, and you can make it into a better lesson. Then wikis are, you are aware or not, you can just type it. What is a wiki? It is a collaborative tool that allows students to contribute and modify one or more pages of the course related material. Right. So these are few examples: EditMe, PB Works, Moodle, or Education Weebly. These are few wikis which, there are many wikis, but I have brought few examples which can be used as a collaborative tool. You post it to your student, they can make the changes, you can make the changes, or there is a group work and everyone can make changes, and finally a document is created. So wikis are one where you can easily collaborate with all your students at the same time, and you can make changes, or you can finally make a document easily. Then Google Drive or Docs. All of you are aware about Google Docs, right? Everyone can share it with each other. You can make changes. Google Drive also you can make changes. Google Hangouts, Google Classroom. Google Classroom is very easy to use and it is really helpful, especially if you have to grade assignments and all. It was very easy and still we are using it. It's too easy to use. Okay, next. Cooperative learning. Now, what is cooperative learning? Students work in smaller groups and learn through interaction, and the teacher coaches the process. It is a coach over here or monitors. Rather coaching, you can also say it as monitoring the whole process. So when cooperative learning, as a teacher, you are there to facilitate the whole process rather than you being part of the major learning process. Now, what are the phases? Here you have the teacher clarifies the goals, provides a hook and introductory information. You are going to give them the basic information. You are not going to be part of the overall thing, but stand there to help them to understand. That's it. Organizing teams and defining the student roles. Okay. Then facilitating the activities, academic learning, social skills, and cooperative behavior. As a teacher, you stand there and try to help your students rather than you going in front and trying to do all the activities. Make leaders in the group, make leaders in the classroom, tell them to monitor it, tell them to go and interact with others so that all of them have a good learning experience. Then assessing throughout the process and by team presentations. Give them group work, tell them to present on a topic, tell them to assess it. That will make your job also simple. Recognize group and individual efforts such as effective active participation and taking responsibility for their own learning. Now, finally, if you're doing it, what could be the overall result? If you're doing so many activities, finally, what is that you need to check? That could be the academic achievement. If you have given them certain activity, what is the final outcome of that activity? You need to also have those outcomes ready. You have given group work and pair work. Why did you give it? What is the use of giving a group and a pair work? What is the final outcome of that particular activity? Finally, it should be academic achievement. Rather than for spending 2 hours and not having an outcome, it is waste of your time and your student time. Rather, you should have academic achievement. Then tolerance and acceptance of diversity, because you have multilingual groups, right, with different cultural backgrounds. So when they come together, they should have this tolerance and acceptance of diversity, and also they should have the social skills to communicate with all of them, right? If they are lacking in any kind of communication, then they are lacking in their social skills. Next, organize materials, learning experience, and also form heterogeneous groups, that is multiple language groups or multiple level groups, so that it will be better to have better understanding of these groups, because students can work it better in smaller groups. Because if you make 20 to 30 groups, how do you think they are going to interact? It will take more time. So 2 members, 3 members, 4 members, that is more than enough. Then you can have group investigation, think, pair, share, student teams, and everything. Then behavior and results will be recognized or rewarded. If there is better participation, you reward them. If it is more interaction in the groups, good leadership qualities, you reward them, right? And if students are not speaking, also try to reward them so that they'll try to learn it in the next or third session at least. Then time estimate. Timing is very important, because if it's a 2-hour session, try to manage your time and try to create it. Now, this is one example of a jigsaw team. You have 5 teams over here, and from there you select each person and try to make one expert team, right? Like this, you try to select from each group. So you can create 1, 2, 3, 4, another 5 expert teams. If you have home teams, create expert teams. Now, individual work, pair work, and group work. So if it's individual work, more of thinking. If it's pair work, exchange of ideas. If it is a group work, it is more sharing of ideas. So this is very helpful if you're going for sharing and pairing. Next, these are cluster seating arrangements, wherein you can place your students, 6 students at each table, and the teacher over here sitting and trying to monitor them, right? Here you have 4 clusters wherein 4 students at each table and the teacher sitting and trying to monitor them. So there are different patterns wherein you can create your clusters depending on the number in the classroom. Okay. Next one, swing seat arrangement, where you have 4 students like this and 4 students, right? And the teacher can be sitting over here or here, right? So that they can see each other easily. It is a frontal arrangement. And here there is 1 person sitting over here and 3 persons are facing him. Here more of cooperative learning arrangement this is. Okay. Over here 4 students, it will be a bit difficult to interact over here. If it's 1 person over here and 1 person over here also, it's more cooperative learning. This is one kind of arrangement. Next, for cooperative learning, what could be possible? You have group recording, material collection, reporting, scribing, then illustrating your ideas. There is a timekeeping person, there's a cheerleader, there's a monitor and a messenger. So these are the different roles the students can play if there's a cooperative learning environment. Group recording, 1 person who can take the whole responsibility. Materials, sharing the materials, reporting the whole class, what is that they have to do. A final copy scribe wherein a person can distribute the material and tell them what is that they have done, or you can collect the material. So these are certain roles which can be given to your students. Next, cooperative learning with task interdependence, social skills, communication skills, group skills, then teaching social and group skills. So teaching cooperation, you can include all this. Task interdependence. You can't do a task without the other person's help. So you create tasks in such a way that both of them should equally participate. Then social skills, sharing and participation, which is equally important. Communication skills, if the other person is not able to communicate and it's only one-sided talk, then you should make sure that even the other person tries to involve himself. Group skills, team building, social and group skills. All these are very important. These are the 3 phases. And the final thing is, you have done so many activities, but finally, what is the outcome? Again, your testing part. Test the academic learning, test the cooperation, then grade their collaborative learning and recognize their effort as well by rewarding them. If they have done a very good job, try to reward them with grades or with any kind of things, whatever you have with you. Now, these are few examples for jigsaw. I'll just skip this because we have only 15 minutes. Yeah, this is one important part. Highlight your group presentations by displaying results prominently in the room. This is an interesting idea because students will love to do this when you highlight the group presentations, right? By not creating any conflicts in the class. Invite guests to hear the final presentations. This is also one interesting idea. Because whenever we do our HRDC, when we do our presentations, there's a third teacher who comes and tries to evaluate us. All of you have done it, I think, right? So inviting guests, we are more afraid when someone else is coming and grading us. So we'll be very particular in our presentations. Then summarizing results through newsletters or other forums. Then making some unique contribution, which can highlight it. Each individual has its own uniqueness. If you highlight them, they'll be very happy and they'll participate better in other classes. Yeah. So here I'm going to give you a brief discussion about different collaborative tools. And one thing is, this is about Google. Google spreadsheet, all of you know, Google presentation slides you can make, Google forms, the drawing and documents, everything is possible on Google. So Google has many features which you can easily use for your collaborative learning and teaching. Other than that, there are few which I'm going to give you an overview about it. See, Miro is one wherein you can organize your meetings and workshops. So it is free of cost. It's a whiteboard platform for collaborative learning, free to use and for structuring ideas and encouraging people and teams to collaborate. If 3 or 4 teachers are interested to plan a lesson, you can collaborate and prepare your lesson, share it with each other so that it will help you. Then you can engage in brainstorming, plan activities, feedback, suggestions, and everything on one platform. Okay. Then it has chat, comment, and video section wherein you can chat with them easily then and there, and also you can give your feedback. Then you can also invite people to collaborate with each other easily. Next, teach floor. This is also one feature wherein you can sell online your courses, where it gives you a platform where you prepare a course and you give it to them, and from there you can try to sell your course. Yeah, it enables creating, managing, selling online based courses. Course creators can create the curriculum while combining synchronous and asynchronous. So some lessons you would like to teach, you'll teach it, and some lessons you want them to be online, you can post it over there and you can ask your learners to watch it. Then manage their learners community, create interaction, and increase learners engagement. This is one feature which is really interesting from TeachFloor. Then it creates code-based learning in minutes, not days. It will take only a few minutes to create this course. Then create a collaborative learning environment using peer learning. Manage communities to encourage valuable discussions and connections. And build an entire academy under your brand. If you look at Vedantu, if you look at Byju's, if you look at any other online courses which they have come up with these new ideas, they have taken help of certain platforms, right? So these platforms help them to create their own brand. So if few teachers, 4 or 5 of them are interested, you create your own brand and put a course on that platform and you can easily use it. Use Zoom to run, sync, and automate classes. So it is giving you Zoom feature as well. All of you are aware about Zoom. So it is easy for you all to use it. Next, Nearpod. This is also one interesting one. It helps you to understand through interactive lessons, interactive videos, games, and activities all in single platform. So students can use it, teachers can use it, and as well administrators. It is good for collaborative learning, for presentations, assessments, create lessons and videos. Also easy to upload learning materials because they have inbuilt Google features. From there itself, you can upload all your videos, slides, and everything onto Nearpod. This is one good feature of Nearpod. And also YouTube is there, PowerPoint is there, Google Slides, all are inbuilt into it. So easily you can upload from there. Start an interactive discussion designed to be easily accessible, and also just needs to click on some lesson slide, add a topic to that particular slide, learners can respond. And assessment is also already there. You can create quiz, you can create any kind of assessment pattern which is already available, you can do it easily. So learners can give a video, audio, or a textual response. Most of us don't do that. You can ask them to upload a video, or else tell them to speak about the topic, or else tell them to type it and send it. That will also help you. Next, Notion. One workspace, every team. This is also one interesting learning tool. It's a task management software and a part note taking app. Like many other similar hybrid solution, it comes with grace and ease. So the result is that it's very practical, ideal for creatives such as graphic designers, especially maths teachers and all who are interested can use this. Copywriters, marketers, and writers who are interested, you can use this Notion. It has shared database, you had Kanban boards, reminders, and calendars, and it is free for individual use. This is one interesting feature. It is free for individual use. So it makes very popular with freelancers who need to keep track of their tasks and project notes. Okay, you have created your own activities, you want to keep a track of it, weekly track or monthly track, this will help you. So Notion is one collaborative tool. Next, Zoom, most of you are aware. I don't need to give you a detailed description, but new features have been added into Zoom, wherein you can have sharing, chat, audio, and camera control, and also record meetings, virtual background gallery, portrait views, and so on. So they are also giving you a whiteboard wherein you can use it easily. So there are many new features which Zoom has brought in now. Okay, have a look at it once. Yeah, seesaw. This is one more. Collaborate on drawings, videos, PDFs, and text. Okay. You can include instructions to every lesson, assign tasks to learners, evaluate their answers. This is one. And also, learners can create their personal collaborative learning journal. They can share their content with teachers and peers. Multi-language translation. This is an interesting feature. Multi-language translation is a standard feature, especially with English as second language students. This is one interesting feature for Seesaw. Next, 360 learning. This is an LMS. LMS is nothing but whatever your MOOC or Swayam courses are there, they are on an LMS platform. Okay, so this is a collaborative learning platform designed to unleash the potential of high growth business and startups. So it combines LMS with online collaborative tools to assess collective expertise. It is efficient when it comes to training new employees, training customer oriented teams, and enhancing skills from a single place. Even WebEx is doing the same thing. What we are now using WebEx. See, you have collaborative kind of interaction because you see so many centers being connected at one place. So WebEx is also trying to help us with the same thing. Next, peer deck it is for Google Slides. So it's a web application designed to make collaborative learning a breeze, interactive assessment templates, then straightforward as it is answering them in real time, adding questions, then rapid feedback is possible. Rapid feedback is immediately when you type something or immediately you ask for certain questions, you get feedback from there. Then it can impart lessons from Google Slides, PowerPoints, and Keynotes. Teachers and students can teach through Google Slides, PowerPoint, and Keynotes. So Peer Deck is one interesting one. Finally, Padlet. How many of you have used Padlet? I don't know. Padlet is also one easy to use app. Okay. This is a cloud hosted bulletin board similar to Pinterest. Collaboration, collaborate, distribute, and share content on one platform and post and embed all sorts of digital content. Everyone has been using Padlet nowadays. Even we are using it. It's very easy to use. Just share the link or share the ID. All of them can view the content and even they can post their ideas on it immediately. It is like a notebook where you store images, text, documents, and videos with anyone you like and anywhere with the help of any device. You no need to be on a particular computer or anything. Any device you can use. If you are a teacher, your students can collect resources for your school project and post them. You and your students will be able to review and use all the information to complete your school project. It gives you easy to provide feedback and assess your students' work. Okay, so there ends my session. So Padlet is the last part. Padlet, Peer Deck 2, 360 Learning, Seesaw, Zoom, Notion, Neopod, Teach Floor, Miro. Almost 9 collaborative platforms have posted over here. You can just write down the name and then you can have a look into it. Whichever is very easy for you to use it, you can use it for your classrooms. Okay. Yeah, here ends my session. Thank you for listening to me. If you have any questions, I'm there to answer you all.
Dear participants, if you have any questions, please ask.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, madam. This is Dr. Radhika, madam, from Vijayawada NRC, madam. You have given an excellent presentation on this learner-centered pedagogy and collaborative learning. It's like, what do you say? It's like an encyclopedia of various tools you have given. One small request, madam. With the help of the CC authorities, true authorities, I'm just requesting one thing. Can you share this PPT with all of us, madam? That is my request from my side.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, I'll do it.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there any queries from NRCs and other NRCs? Ma'am, we can assume that no more queries. Thank you for your wonderful presentation, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Let's end the session. Let's have a lunch break till 2 o'clock. Again, we'll meet by 2 p.m.
Yeah, thank you everyone for listening to my session. Thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. Thank you, Anil, for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sparing your valuable time.
Yeah, thank you. See you. Bye.
I request all the NRCs, please unmute your videos.
We welcome all the participants, master trainers, for post-lunch session of day 3, batch 2. NRC Vijayawada, SRR Vijayawada, are you ready? SRR, please respond. SRR CVR Vijayawada, please respond.
Yes, madam. Madam.
Yes. I request
Madam,
NRC
good afternoon.
Vijayawada to introduce Roslina ma'am to the participants.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. Respected teachers, I'm delighted to welcome you all for today's afternoon session of this prestigious capacity building program. On this occasion, I'm privileged to introduce our distinguished speaker of this afternoon session, Ms. Rosalind, who speaks on student-centered teaching methods. I'm closely associated with Rosalind Madam. Our beloved Rosalind Madam is a highly sophisticated woman and have so many achievements throughout her career. She conducted many workshops and training programs to train students and teachers like us. Please allow me to introduce Madam's profile at a glance. Rosalind Madam is a senior lecturer in English with 24 years of teaching experience and an ELF trainer certified by the US State Department and Government of AP. Just for a moment. Yeah, she is presently working at SRR and CVR Government Degree College, Vijayawada. She has C1 Bullard certification from the Cambridge University, certifying her as a professor in English speaker. And Srimati Rosalind has administrative experience and worked in the academic cell office of CCE as an academic officer and handled JKC ELF office of CCE, actually education as an academic officer, and handled JKC ELF office of CCE, and she handled women empowerment and Maran TV wings also. She was also awarded the best team award by College Education for the academic year 2011-12. Her communicative language teaching and student-centered teaching are her strongest areas actually. She conducted workshops, orientation and induction programs for college lecturers, polytechnic lecturers, mathematics lecturers, and JKC mentors, students and medicos. In today's session, Madam will talk about English as a medium of instruction and student-centered methodologies. So on this occasion, I invite our beloved Rosalind Madam to share her knowledge and expertise. Welcome, Madam. Welcome to the stage. Thank you very much.
We welcome you once again, ma'am, on this platform.
Thank you, Dr. Lalita, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you, Dr. Saileja, for your best wishes. Good afternoon, colleagues all over the state of Andhra Pradesh. Today, I'm going to go directly to my session. As you all know, the session is on student-centered teaching methodologies with English as the medium of instruction. As a teacher, every day it's part and parcel the role of a teacher to go and be in touch with students every day in the class. Now, if you look at this jar, it is called the classroom jar. And this is a strategy followed by many teachers in the world. I will just give you an explanation about this classroom jar. And when you take this classroom jar to the class and you ask the students to write what they want the teacher to know about them. What I wish my teacher knew about me. When you give this question to the student and ask him to write on a piece of paper, any type of paper, and they will not write the names, and they'll put those papers back into the teacher's jar, classroom jar. Now, when I also did this activity in the class. You see this? If you look at my teacher's jar, classroom jar, so same like that. I wish my teacher knew. So this is a classroom jar which I took to 3 classes, and you can see slips of paper in it. Now, why do I have to follow this strategy? any subject teacher, be it English or any other subject. Now, why do we have to follow this strategy in the class? Now, if I look at it, I'll show you some of the papers. They wrote simple comments on this. I asked them, what do you want me to know about you? And the shortest comment, the shortest thing writing which I received was a simple paper, and on this they wrote CARE. They wanted care, CARE. And there was one student who wrote, I wish my teacher knew I'm a good boy. And your teaching is very well, ma'am. So I talk little English and write English. But how to talk in English, ma'am? Because I want to talk in English, ma'am. Another student writes, I want you to help me on how to improve my English skills. Now, this is the intention, the desire of most of our students studying in government degree colleges. Now, why do we have to maintain this strategy? So, if you look at some of the comments there, go to the slide. If you look at some of the comments, I want my teachers to know I'm socially awkward, and that's why I don't talk much in the class. Some students don't feel like talking in the class because they feel very awkward and very shy. And there is one student who wrote, I struggle a lot in English. I don't get lots of sleep. Well, everything in college is really hard. There was one student who wrote a slip and put it in this classroom jar. He said, ma'am, I feel very sad because my life is full of health problems. Every moment I go to the hospital. So when you follow this strategy in the class,
Sorry to interrupt. Slides are not moving, ma'am.
Now visible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Visible.
Thank you.
thank you, teacher, for raising that query. So this strategy was actually started by a teacher called Kyle Squaws. She was a third grade teacher, and when one day she took the classroom jar to her class and asked her students to write on pieces of paper. One student, when she read the comments, she was so shocked. She found that one student wrote, one little girl wrote, I wish my teacher knew that I didn't have pencils to do my homework. That really shocked her, stunned her, and therefore she started doing it frequently to get to know her students well. Now, when we do this, any teacher, be it science teacher, arts, commerce, any teacher, when you do it now and then in the class, when you ask your students to write comments and to write something on the paper, and then without writing the names, when you ask them to give it to you, and when you read it, you know the reality of their life. You know from which environment they are coming. You know their circumstances. And when you look into these circumstances, you will feel a sense of attachment towards your students. You will feel a kind of connection, and therefore you really feel like supporting them. So in order to create a safe supporting environment in the class, as a teacher, it is the responsibility of each and every teacher to know about their students. So this is called classroom jaw. If you feel like following it, I recommend that you do it now and then in the class. So when Squad shared this experience in the internet, it has become so viral that many thousands of teachers started following this strategy. She even wrote a book on this. I wish my teacher knew. If you are free to go through that resource. Sunil? Yeah. This is a research done by Julie Dearden. Comes under, it was published by the British Council. And when you read this article, they did a survey on 55 countries. They did a survey on 55 countries on English, where these countries introduced English as the medium of instruction. If you look at the first pie chart, you can see that 38.2% in 55 countries, India is one of those countries, and these 38.2 percentage, they really are in favor of introducing English as a medium of instruction. If you look at that dark blue 50.9, it is controversial. Controversial in the sense that they really are positive about EMI, but at the same time, they feel that they are more worried about its effect on the local culture and the local languages. So they are a little confused, but down the line in future, they predict that this 38.2% will increase to 67%, and that controversial thing will decrease to 7%. So this is going to be the scenario in future, English being used as a medium of instruction in the classroom. Now, what is EMI? EMI means using English as a tool to teach your subjects in countries where English is not the official language, for students who don't speak English as the first language. Our students speak English as the second language. Now, why are the authorities asking us to introduce, to take up this tool of English as a medium of instruction? It is seen more than the students, the parents are more in favor of this. Why? Because they feel that if their son or daughter speaks well in English, he'll have more access to better career options and better learning resources. So that is why the students and the parents feel that hereafter we have to use English as the medium of instructions in schools and colleges. So the government of Andhra Pradesh and our commissionerate authorities insist because it has the following advantages. If you highlight, of course, all you teachers have been speaking on this EMI. So these are some of the advantages. Graduates will be equipped with the core language, that is the subject knowledge, as well as they will have the language skills. Once they have these language skills, what will happen? Our job as a teacher will become easy. They will start referring to other resources available in the English language, and they will be applying to other international universities and colleges, and students shall gain access to international educational programs, and also students from other countries will like to study in our colleges and universities, and they will fare better in the job market with wider career options. So with these advantages, the authorities want us to start using English as a tool to teach your subjects. Now, the authorities are not asking you to teach English to students. English teachers will continue to do their job. Now, unfortunately, what is happening now is English is the only place where the students, English classroom is the only place where students get to hear the language when they're exposed to this language. In other classes, in most of the other classes, they only hear their mother tongue. So that is why, in order to improve, in order to provide opportunities for students to use English, the authorities are asking subject teachers to start using English as the teaching tool. So you will have resistance. All of you are meritorious lecturers working in government degree colleges. You are experts. You have a command over this subject. If you combine your subject expertise with language skills, that is English language skills, you will have job satisfaction, and also your students will fare better in the job market. So what are the challenges we teachers are going to face? The first challenge is, now students will resist it. Definitely they will resist it. They even ask us English teachers to explain our subject in Telugu. So naturally they will resist. They will start wondering, why is my teacher teaching this subject in English when it could be told and explained in Telugu, in the mother tongue. It also needs to be noted that once we start using English as the medium of instruction, you need to prepare resources. You need to prepare lesson plans. You need to prepare instructions. So it is going to be additional work for each and every teacher. Then students think that just getting the content, just understanding the concept and the principles is enough. But what are they doing with that knowledge? When they are unable to present it to the world in English language, what will they do with that core knowledge? So it is highly important that we teachers understand the importance of EMI. And though it is very difficult for us, let's start using it in the classroom. I know we have adopted ourselves to different types of apps, attendance apps, we have classroom teaching, we are uploading our classes. Any initiative started by CC, we are very positive about it. This also, all teachers can do it. Think about it, we can overcome the challenges, and once we start speaking in English, students will start losing their shyness, their inhibition, and they will pay more attention to these subjects. So the purpose of this workshop is, first purpose is to build an environment that will support English as a medium of instruction, strive for the development of teachers' English language proficiency, and change the attitude of the teachers and students. That is very important. We have to change our attitude. We have to accept. Now, from now onwards, I will take the trouble to start speaking in English. So the attitude of every teacher and the student is very important. So what is the changing role of the teacher? Now, till now, we were subject teachers were only concerned about the knowledge, the concepts, the principles of the subject. But now onwards, you need to use two tools which are very crucial for the teacher. One is the English medium of instruction, that is EMI. Now, how are you going to use this EMI in the classroom? You have to make use of student-centered activities. Unless you start using student-centered activities, you can't give opportunities to students to practice in English. If you look at this chart, this is an interesting evidence that I came across. The SCALT method. Now, what is the SCALT method? It is student-centered active learning and teaching method. So they conducted a survey on 852 Arab teachers, science teachers, and maths teachers in Jordan, and they evaluated the efficiency of these teachers, and they found that 64% of teachers out of these 852, they scored as average CALT practitioners. Only 16% of teachers ranked as excellent SCALT practitioners, and 20% ranked as poor performers. Now, what do we mean by excellent SCALT practitioners? Excellent teacher. Who is the excellent SCALT teacher? One who makes use of student-centered technology in the classroom. One who involves and sees that students participate in the learning process. One, the teacher who does the maximum with the chalk and talk method and instead creates activities in the class and involves students in the learning process, where the STT is more than TTT. STT means student talk time is more than teacher talk time. So if you look there, teachers with high SCAL scores were more likely to ask questions, organize discussions, and facilitate group work. So this is how excellent teachers do. So from now onwards, some of you are already following it. Good job. But let's all of us follow this student-centered methodology in the classroom. Now here I'm going to share some inputs on some activities and strategies on how to make a classroom student-centered. So you can take the framework. I'm going to give you the framework. You fit in your own content. I'm going to give you the skeleton and you flesh it up with your subject. So try to, I've taken simple content, subject matter, so that you may understand the method and you can apply it in your classroom. So the first one, student centered. See this PPT, I will put it, I'll share it in the NRC group. So you're free to use the resource. So the first one is information gap activity. Now how to do this activity in the classroom? Under this, what is information gap activity? Information gap means there is a gap in sharing of information. So in order to fill the gap, the communication gap, the students have to talk to one another. So when there is a gap between two students and both of them don't know about some information, then they talk to each other and they fill that gap and then they complete the task. So under this comes under cooperative learning and task-based language learning. Now, how do you do this activity? Draw a picture. This is an information gap activity. I'll tell you the methodology. Now, sometimes in our subject, we have flowcharts, okay? We have diagrams, and sometimes we have tabular information. And we know that every student should learn that. It is very important for the student to remember that flowchart. Now, if I ask my student, now you go and practice at home or you sit there and practice, he will not do. I will finish teaching I'll explain the diagram, but I'm not sure that the student will focus on the diagram. So I will do this activity to ensure that all my students in the class are thorough with that flow chart or a diagram or a pie chart or whatever it is. Now, how do I do this activity? Suppose this is my class. Okay, there are 40 students. So I will divide the class into pairs, 2 students. So as a teacher, I should monitor the class activity. I just can't stand here and say, get back in pairs. Then they will not listen to us. So as a teacher, I have to make sure you two be a pair. You are A, you are B. You two be a pair. You two be a pair. You have to show who is paired up with whom. So see that all the students are paired up and one is given A, another is called B. So you have AB, AB, AB. Then the next step is you will ask A's to stand up. Now this is the flowchart I want my students to learn. So this I did it in the class. It is a business communication process. It is very important. Once they learn this chart, they can write the process on their own. So my intention is they must be thorough with this flowchart. So what I did was I divided the class into pairs. I named one as A and one as B. Then this diagram, I photocopied it on a sheet of paper. So there are 40 students. I brought 20 sheets of this diagram. I said all A's stand up, right? And then I gave each A one diagram sheet. Okay, I told them don't show it to B. Don't show the diagram to B. So they folded it and they sat down. The next instruction is all B's take out your notebook and a pencil, right? So how to make them sit? Usually when you're doing this activity, you have to make them sit with their backs. They both of them facing the opposite direction. Chairs like this. Okay. In case our furniture doesn't allow that, what I did was I made them sit like this. I made two students sit in a bench. Per bench, 2 students. I asked them to maintain little distance, but some of them moved close, but they followed my instruction. They didn't show the paper. Now all the A's will describe that picture in English to B's. When they describe that picture, the flow chart, B's will start drawing it in the notebook. Now my students may not speak, may not know how to describe. So as a teacher, what I did was I put some sentences on the board. Draw boxes, rectangular boxes, draw an arrow pointing to the right or pointing to the left. So I made them practice, put some sentences on the board. I told my students, you look at those sentences, use those sentences and start telling it to your student. So when they, to the partner, so when they described it, you look at that in the notebook, the student was able to draw the diagram. Then I asked them, will you remember this? Will you be able to do this in the exam? They said yes. They liked the activity. So this activity is called information gap activity. One student has the information, another student doesn't have the information. In order to get the information, communication must take place between the students, two students. That is called cooperative learning. So the student will start asking questions for clarification. Real communication takes place between the two students, and you get EMI there, as well as they'll start speaking in English. At the same time, the task is also completed. So this is one activity which you can do. Computer science, that I went through that concept of normalization, where so many charts are there. So statistics, in botany, zoology, you have life cycles, isn't it? So you can ask, you can use this strategy in the classroom to teach students flow charts and diagrams. Any doubts on this? Yeah, okay. So benefits of this information gap activities, it provides an opportunity to talk and students make real communication. Then it involves them in real learning. So till the day of the exam, they will not open the textbook. But if I do it in the class itself, then they will know about it. And then when I explain again, they'll understand the concept better. Interactive and motivating, as they require sub skills such as clarifying, asking the meaning of some words, and then rephrasing. So as a teacher, I will be available to my students. If they get a doubt, they'll call me. And when I go there, they'll ask me a question. So the real conversation takes place in the classroom. This is the second methodology of doing a student-centered activity in the class, using AZ screen recorder for students' assignments. Now we have to give assignments to students. So what, as a teacher, we did was, I asked all our students have mobiles. So we asked our students to go to the Play Store and install that AZ screen recorder. So see, students are smarter than us, technically better than us. I am technically very weak. I know little of technology, and that is why I make sure that I use only apps that are not complicated, right? So when they installed that AZ screen recorder, I didn't tell them how to handle it. I said, you just go work on it and then tell me how to do it. So within one day, they came back and they started telling me the features of that AZ screen recorder. Then after one day, then I told them the assignment. The assignment is this. Now, AZ screen recorder in your phone, in the mobile, when you click on that screen recorder, that icon, it will start recording whatever you show in the phone. So one student, what she did was, the first student, Bharat, I can click, no? I won't get. I'll explain that. So it's okay, Bharat. So the assignment, I told them, you select a topic, any topic of your interest, and then record that topic and submit it as an assignment. So what this girl did was, she selected the topic parts of the computer. So she directly clicked on the icon and she went to Google. Then she started explaining all about the parts of the computer for 5 minutes and then submitted it as an assignment. This student, what she did was, for math, she is an MPCS student, so she wanted to do on mathematics. So what she did was, she opened her notebook, then she selected one complicated problem, and then switched on started the AZ screen recorder and started explaining that problem on a paper. So, and that she put it in the WhatsApp group. And this third girl, she went further. She added music and names to that video. She did it. She selected some images from Google and then showing that those images on plastic. What do you say? Say no to plastic, and she selected some images and showing that images, she did the assignment. So these students, they submitted the assignment. They loved it so much that even one student wrote an article on AZ screen recorder for the college magazine. So you can try this out. Instead of asking students always to write in their on papers, we can ask them to use this AZ screen recorder. Select a topic. For a zoology student, what I told him was, you go to the lab, zoology lab, you have those bottles with specimens, isn't it? I don't know what they are. So you show those specimens, you explain each specimen and do a 5-minute video on that and submit the assignment. For a botany student, I just asked him to go through the college, visit the campus, college campus, and then record what plans are there in the college campus. Or another student opened the textbook, some cross section of annual seed or something, and then started explaining that diagram. It comes out very well. The voice is very clear. I think computer science teachers know about it. So try it out and see how students come out with assignments. They're very intelligent. They have an intelligent way of doing these assignments. So this is one strategy that I did it for MPCS students and BZC students. For science students, I did this. Now, the third strategy is simple assessment strategies. Now, how do you class check? I explain the topic to the students. Now, how do I check their comprehension levels? How do I check whether they understood or not? Now, I'm going to select a very, very simple subject and explain the methodology, and you can apply it to your subject. Suppose my lesson is great personalities. Okay, so I selected 4 great personalities. So Gandhiji, Dr. Srinivas Ramanjan, Dr. Kalam, Mother Teresa. Now, suppose this is my lesson. I finish explaining this lesson in this way. So, I separated the information on each personality in this manner, and then I explained it to my students. So, as a teacher, I finished doing my duty. Now, I want my students to remember this content. This is very important lesson for them. So, what do I do? How do I ensure that they remember this lesson? So, first thing I will do is, after they listen to the lesson at home, I have to prepare slides like this. The 4 personalities, I'll put it up, and then I'm going to give gap filling exercise. So they have to select the correct person and then fill the gap. So I can do it in a form of a quiz, divide the class into groups, and then you prepare 20 questions or 50 questions on that, and then do a quiz in the class. This is one way of doing it. Second, this is one way of doing it. Now, second way of doing it, this I did it in the class. I jumbled the information. I jumbled the entire information. In order to understand what I did, I colored each personality with a specific color. So Gandhi red, Mother Teresa green, Dr. Kalam blue, and Srinivas Ramanjan sir as black. So I jumbled it in this way. Here I'm showing the jumbled sentences, but what I do in the class is I prepare a sheet, I prepare a Word document and cut it into slips, long slips. Then I put all the slips in an envelope. I divide the class into groups. I'll give the envelope to each group. Then they have to bring out the slips and they have to arrange it on the table. In such a way, ultimately, they come again in this fashion. So they have to reorganize the sentences. They will love it. When they're doing it, they will refocus on this each and every sentence and they will remember the date. It works well with history, economics, other subjects. So when you're talking about 4 theories or 4 experiments, you can do it this way. So they will separate it, and when they're doing it, automatically they read and reread and reread. So the retention power is more. Then what I'm going to do is, now they finish doing this activity. Now I want to do a general class check. So let's do a general class check. In your book, please write down numbers in this manner, 1 to 5. Open your book and write 1 to 5. So this is how I'm going to tell my students. Open your book and write numbers 1 to 5 like it is in the slide. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Okay. Now I'm going to read some sentences. Right? And you have to just mark T or F. That's all. If it is true, you only have to mark T. If it is false, you have to mark F. That's all. Got it? So here we go. I'm going to read the first sentence. Srinivasa Ramanjan was the 1930 Time Magazine Man of the Year. T or F. Just don't write the sentence. T or F. You're just a typical student giving out the answer. Okay, great. Second question. At the tender age of 5, Dr. Kalam started printing books to help his father support the family. T or F? At the tender age of 5, shall I show you that? Want me to show? No need, no? Bharat? I, okay, let's not cheat. So the third question. Because paper was expensive, poor Ramanujan often used to derive his results on a slate to jot down results of his derivations. T or F. Because paper was expensive, poor Ramanujan often used to derive his results on a slate to jot down results of his derivations. Fourth question. Gandhiji won a Nobel Peace Prize, but Mother Teresa never won a Nobel Prize despite being nominated 5 times. T or F. Then fifth one. As a young man, Ramanujan failed to get a degree as he did not clear his fine arts courses, but he always performed exceptionally well in mathematics. T or F. Okay. So, see, I didn't give you all time to read that information, so you may have little difficulty. But in the class, I already explained. I made them do a quiz. Then I did that jumble sentence activity, and now I'm doing a general class check. So now correct your answers, students. 1F, 2F, 3T, 4F, 5T. How many students got all correct? Oh, very good. Very good. Great job. So did you like the activity? Is it good? Yes, it is something interesting, something different from the usual thing we do in the class, like making the students stand up and then you tell me the answer. Instead of that, we can do a general class check for any kind of subject. But be careful, every teacher must be ready with the paper, how to frame the questions. This is how I prepared at home. Otherwise, I'll mess up the activity in the classroom. So, which is the correct? I wrote there. Where am I making a mistake? I underlined that. Then I put it whether it is false or true. Then the answers 1 to 5. I gave the answers there. So when I have the sheet with me like this, then I'll be very confident to conduct the activity in the classroom. So otherwise, you'll feel a little confused and the activity will look very silly and foolish in the class. So the teacher must be resourceful and must have resources ready when we are going to the class along with proper instructions. Right. Any doubts on this? Yeah, let's move on. Yeah, you can do this fourth activity strategy. It is called preference lines. Now, what do we mean by preference lines? This is a very interesting activity. Any subject teacher, other than mathematics, I think, because all activities don't lend themselves to all types of subjects. So, look at this, how it is done. Now this we called as a preference line. Now I want my students to speak in the class. Now if I ask them to speak individually, they'll feel shy, they will not speak. So this is a method, a strategy, a methodology where you can make your students speak in groups. When you put them in groups, no, they gain courage from one another and then they will speak well. Now how do you do this preference line? Now draw a line on the board with your marker or a piece of chalk. The central point is 0 and on the right 100%, on the left 100%. Means from 0 towards 100% it increases, the percent increases, and on the left side it increases to 100%, on the right side it increases to 100%. Now, what preference do students have? Now, suppose I have this topic. I want them to discuss on this topic. Whether they love to study in one one's country or whether they want to study in abroad. Now, that is my topic. I want the general discussion in the class. So I divide the class into groups. Now, how do I divide them into groups? You already know. Suppose there are 20 students. I want to make 4 groups. Then what do I do? In each group, there must be 5, isn't it? So I want to make 4 groups. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All ones I'll put it in at one place in form a group. All twos, all threes, all fours. When dividing them in groups, you have to be very careful, because you'll get silly resistance from students. When I was dividing them into groups, one student said, girl said, "Ma'am, I don't want number 4. It is not my lucky number." So I had to change the number. Then when I put her in one group, that girl said, "My friend is sitting there in that group. I don't want to sit here." So I thought, if I allow her, if I force her to sit in this group, she will give me angry looks the whole hour. And instead of that, I said, "Okay, go sit there." And one softy will always be in the class, no, who will listen to you always. So I brought that soft boy and put him in this group. So, once I divided, see, this is also new to me. Once I divided the class into A, B, C, D, F. Then that group said, "We don't want F. F means fail. We don't want F," they said. So I had to change the alphabet. So it's fun when you do it in the activities in the class. So now the topic is studying in one's own country and studying abroad. So what do I do is, when I divide the class into groups, I give them instructions. Now you have to decide, and you must come to an agreement, because all students don't agree with one topic. So they may be in favor of this or in favor of that. So you decide, and then you give me your preference, group preference, the percentage of your group preference. If 80% they want to study in their own country, so from 0 to, it'll go, no, 100%. So they'll mark 80%, and then they will come here, they will stand there, and they will justify their stand by giving 2 or 3 reasons why they want to study in one's own country. If they prefer, then when they support 20% that side, they'll give one reason why they mark 20% that side, right? Another group will support 100%. Then not near 100%, the students will stand, and then they will give 2 or 3 reasons why they want to support that. I will never allow neutral stand, that is 0. Not this, not that. Then said, "Ma'am, we support both." I said, "No, you either take that stand or this stand. No neutral stands." So I did this activity in the classroom. See those 2 girls. The topic was online shopping, I think. Online shopping and offline purchasing. Then students come to the board. They stand or write their names along the line where they belong. Either they put the percentage, or they put a mark and they write their names there. Then they explain why they have taken that position. Volunteers from the class, other students can ask questions to them. A new group again will come, and they will take a stand. So what am I doing? I'm making my students come to the front of the class. I'm building up their confidence, enhance the confidence, and they will make a presentation in front of the class. So when they discuss, then they'll support each other, encourage each other, and they will give out their reasons. They'll start thinking on the topic. So many skills are activated there. Students remain alert in the class. Now, what are the topics that you can do for preference line? Online shopping, offline shopping, botany or zoology, killing dangerous animals, protecting animals, computer science. Just I'm giving you some examples. Human intelligence, artificial intelligence, commerce, for privatization of banks, against privatization of banks, startups fail, startups succeed, saving money in banks or mutual funds shares, or mutual funds on one side, shares on the other side, women empowerment, a reality or a dream. Parental supervision, parental control, both are different. Parental supervision, are parents supervising you or controlling you? With mobile or without mobile? Social media a boon, social media a curse. Tourism affects the environment, yes or no? The other day in group 1 exam, they gave one question. Relevance of Harappan civilization in modern times. Is there relevance? No relevance. You can do a preference line on this. So any topic you can select after teaching the lesson, you select a topic, ask the students to do you can do this preference line activity in the class. See our students, they love to write on the board, they love to speak, and it will make the class very active. All students want to contribute something to the class. So any doubts on this strategy? Any other topics that you can do? Any other topics? Economics for development, economics for what? Environment. Sudhakar sir was, somebody was talking about this topic. So any topic you think about it, you give it to your students, make them discuss and come here, take a stand and talk on that topic. Right. Next thing, we are going to SOP. Now in your internals, you have this SOP. It was newly introduced by the Commissionerate of Collegiate Education, where internals, they made it a rule that we have to include objective type questions, multiple choice questions, fill in the blanks, then matching answers, questions, comprehension. Now, when we were going through this SOP, then we wondered why should the what was the intention of the authorities to tell us how to frame the internal question paper. So when we read articles on this, we came across an interesting evidence. So look at this evidence. Now they did a survey on students. There are they follow two types of testing. One is they ask the students to study and write the exam. Study and write the exam. Then another set of students, they asked them, they explained the topic, and then they gave them testing methodologies like multiple choice, fill in the blanks, matching at intervals. Then it was found that students who followed the study method, means studying on their own, they understand the concept and they study on their own and they take the exam, the percentage was 87% of retention in their mind, whereas study testing method, that is the SOP, it was 76% when after 5 minutes when they tested these students. Then after 2 days, when they tested the same set of students who studied and wrote the exam, it came down to 64%, whereas study testing methodology, the retention level was 68%. After 1 week, it was found that students who only studied and did not do any kind of activities in the class, did not do any kind of exercises in the class, the retention level came down to 42%, whereas it was more than 50% in students who attempted this student-centered methodologies. So that is why SOP is one of the best thing we have. We need to introduce these testing strategies in our classroom teaching. Now we can include multiple choice questions. Don't give them easy multiple choice questions. If you go through group 1 and UPSC, all of you must be going through it. You evaluate papers also. So you see how difficult those questions are. Why don't we adopt to that way of giving the questions? At least few, so that the student, when he's going to write the competitive exam, he will feel shocked when he looks at those questions the first time. But if we make it included it in our classroom teaching and learning, I think it will benefit our student more. So when you are giving these multiple choice questions, true or false questions, you please add words like sometimes, generally, often, to increase the level of difficulty in students. So look at these, some of the multiples MCQs. We have we took it from UPSC. So this is how they keep asking. So they ask, they give, uh, the pairs, and they ask which of the following pairs is or correctly matched. 1 and 2, 1 and 3, 2 only, none. So we have to teach the student elimination strategies. Now, if the student knows that 1 is correct, then he can eliminate two others. That is, 2 answers he can eliminate. So it will be easy for him to find the correct answer. Now, if you checked the UPSC paper, recent paper, now they're not giving questions like this. Instead of giving questions like this, they're asking, one option is correct, 2 options are correct, 3 options are correct, none are correct. Now, in order to select the correct answer, the candidate has to know all the 4 answers. So the level of difficulty is increasing. So here also inferential questions. So he has to apply his mind and choose the correct answer. So if we can include these type of questioning in our teaching and learning procedures, not all students will like it, but there may be some students who will really benefit. So they will remember us. We will have a sense of satisfaction. And let's not think about the minor set of students who remain disinterested, but let's think about the larger set of students who will benefit. Got that? Now, next strategy is the wall quiz. Now, what is this wall quiz? Now, I finished teaching the lesson in the classroom. Now, I want my students to read additional article on that. I want them to know additional information on that. If I give them an article and tell them, go read this article, they will not read it. So what I will do is, I will bring that article into the class. I will cut it into portions, and then either I will paste it at different places in the classroom or in the corridor or some selective places in the college. I will paste it. At home, I will prepare a question paper, 1 word or multiple choice or whatever it is. I will prepare it's like a quiz. I will prepare the question paper. I'll divide the students either in pairs or in groups. Each group I will give the paper, and then I will give them the time. Within that time, they have to go through those sections of the paper which I pasted at different places, and then they have to find the answers and come back and report to me. So this will allow them to move about, to clarify, to communicate with one another. This is a kind of doing an activity. See, I always make sure teachers, when you want to do an activity, it must be connected to your subject and to your lesson. Don't do an activity for the sake of doing it in the class. Then the student will question me, why ma'am, why did you do this activity? What is the purpose? So they are very quick and smart at understanding the connections. So always link it up to your subject and lesson. So look at that, the procedure. Write a list of questions based on the selection of articles. Distribute the quiz to a team of 2-3 students. Pick up the articles around the room. Pin up the articles. Paste them around the room and ask students to walk around the room trying to find the answers. The winning team is the first to find all the answers. So it is a lively activity. Lot of constructive noise is created. A competitive spirit is shown there. So it will be fun for the students. They will learn as well as enjoy the activity. So this is called wall quiz. For every activity, I've given the source. If you want to further go into that, you can check it out. Now, what is this shadowing? This is another strategy. This is a very new strategy I also came across. when I was going through Quora reviews, I came across this activity. Now, what is, if you if you want me to give another name for shadowing, it's like parroting. The only difference is parrot repeats after I speak, but shadowing is different. As you are talking, I will also talk. Same time. Okay. So this is a Japanese tool of learning. They practice they follow this technique to learn a foreign language. So it was started by Alexander Aguilas, an American linguist. So look at the methodology. Now, how do we do this activity? What you have to do is you select one audio or a video. Suppose explanation of the heart. Okay, you select that video. You check it out. See that video is very clear. It has easy language. And then what you do is you share it with your students. And then you ask them at home, you put on the headphones and then start listen to it first. They have to get accustomed to that language, accent, and pronunciation. Once they start getting used to that voice, then you ask them, start speaking here and there, wherever. It's like when somebody is singing, here and there we sing with them, no? That is shadowing. So when the explanation is going on, I as a student, I also will start speaking. So first time it will be pure nonsense. Second time, here and there, some sentences. Third time, ask them to practice it. And then come to the class, they'll put the headphones and make a presentation in front of the teacher. So when the teacher will say, I will take it as a seminar presentation and give you marks. So simple, small video or an audio. Ask them to select their own audio if they want. You also can record your voice and then give it to them. So shadowing is, it's the shadow, as the shadow follows you, it when the person is speaking, I will also speak. It improves my pronunciation. It will increase my fluency and speed of talking. So I gave you the procedure. You can go through it and follow it. So select a piece of video, listen first, the student. If he loses it, no, never mind. Take a break, pause, go back to the beginning, and then start again. Start by doing 20-30 seconds. Record, ask them to record it. When he's speaking, ask his friend to record it, and then he can listen back. So it works well. It is useful to learn foreign language. English is a foreign language for them. Okay, now I have a little activity for you all. Now this is the paragraph. Suppose this is the paragraph. Do I have time? Yeah. This is the paragraph. I'm going to read it. You please listen carefully. It's a nice message. Mr. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam was then the project coordinator of SLV-3 mission in 1979, and Professor Satish Dhawan was the chairman of ISRO. Dr. Kalam recalled an incident. My mission was to put the satellite in the orbit. There are 4 stages before the satellite is launched. The first stage went off well, and in the second stage, it got mad. It went into a spin. Instead of putting the satellite in orbit, it put it into the Bay of Bengal. Dr. Abdul Kalam said this was the first time he faced failure. First time I faced failure and how to manage failure. The success I can manage, but how to manage failure. Dr. Abdul Kalam asked. Kalam then recalled the time when the then ISRO chief Satish Dhawan held a press conference along with him to break the news of the mission failure. Dr. Abdul Kalam said a heartbroken Satish Dhawan took the blame upon himself in front of everyone, despite knowing that he may be subjected to criticism. Kalam then went on to quote Dhawan as saying, "Dear friends, we have failed today. I want to support my technologists, my scientists, my staff so that next year they succeed." He took the whole blame on himself despite criticisms. He took all the blame and assured that next year we would succeed because his team was very good one, Kalam said. Kalam then went on to say that next year on July 18, 1980, Rohini RS-1 was successfully launched into the orbit and Dhawan asked me to hold a press conference. It was this day, Kalam said, he learned an important lesson and the best management experience. But how? Kalam explains. I learned a very important lesson that day. When failure occurred, the leader of the organization owned that failure. When success came, he gave it to his team. The best management lesson I have learned did not come to me from reading a book, it came from that experience, Kalam said. Okay, it's a beautiful paragraph. So, this is the paragraph I want my students to read at home. Now, if I ask my students, read it at home, not even a single student will read it and come to the class. So, what do I do is, go back. Oh, sorry. See, if you observe, I gave some questions there. So, what is the procedure I'm going to follow is, now I want my students to read something. It can be an article. I want them to watch a video, something I want them to do at home. So for that, what I have to do is I have to give them some questions, simple questions. And then the instruction which I will give them is, as you read the passage, as you listen to the audio, or as you watch the video, you answer these questions. So if you can print it on a paper and give it to them, much better. So you ask them to leave some space between the questions so that they can write it there itself. So when they're reading the passage, so the first questions are simple. What was the first failure of Abdul Kalam? Look at what kind of a question is that? Is the answer there in the passage? Yeah. So it is a factual question, isn't it? Fact. I'm asking a fact. How do you point this passage to the proverb, failures are stepping stones to success? So he has to think and then link it up. So it is a kind of, what kind of inference are you drawing? How do you conclude? So it is I, inferential. Third question, give me a single word that means a person who leads. I'm touching upon the vocabulary, the we. Fourth question, describe an incident where you failed and overcame your problem with courage. I'm asking about the experience of the student. So what is the strategy I followed here? The methodology here, important rule is always task before the activity. What is my task? Questions are my task. You have to give a purpose to the student. If you want a student to do an activity, whether it is watching or reading, you have to give a task. That is task before the activity, and you can give n number of questions, but see that some questions follow the 5 rule. What is that 5 rule? F is factual, I is inferential, V is vocabulary, E is experiential. Please try to include the 5 rule in your question framework so that he will think he will think about his experiences, and then he will come back and you will have different answers from students. Yeah, ninth one. So PDF, the last one I've come, the PDF documents. So can I? Yeah. This is a simple way. I know you all of you, most teachers know this. Now, making a PowerPoint presentation is what we do regularly in the classroom. Now, as a teacher, sometimes I feel it is boring to do a PPT in the class. So what I do is I make use of PDF documents. Now, while teaching poems, especially, I use a PDF document. Now, look at this. The poem is Once Upon a Time. So first, I will take a Word document. I will, copy the lines, the poem onto the Word document. Then all the related pictures, I will paste the related pictures. Here the poet, something connected to the poem, all the pictures I pasted. Then I convert this into a PDF document. I convert the Word document into, export it to PDF. Then what do I do? In the system, you'll have that highlighter box and all that. So when I press on this, I write the meaning here in the past. Now I want to talk about this poet. When I'm showing this on the projector, so the student will read it, the additional information about the poet, and also looking at it, I can explain something about the, give information on the poet. So I can highlight, use different colors to highlight. I can write the meanings here: long back, laugh with their hearts, laugh with feelings, laugh with their teeth, superficial. So what I doing is, when I share this document to the students through the WhatsApp group, so some students, they will listen in the class, and when they want to go revise again, they will go through this document. So whenever they want to know the meanings of some words, they'll just click on it and the meanings are evident. So this, you can also do it for any kind of subject: zoology, botany, you can, any subject, you can give the explanation, related diagrams, change it into PDF document, highlight and give extra information in the box, and you can teach. Another way of doing this is, you can give it as a seminar presentation to the student. So you give a topic to the student, ask them to prepare a PDF document, and then and when you place it on the projector, he will explain it to his classmates. So sometimes he won't remember much. So he will take the help of these boxes, and then he will explain it to his students. It works very well with the in the class. So this is a simple way of doing using a PDF document to do a class assignment or to teach in the class. So we'll come back to the PPT presentation. Yeah, these are some of the strategies that I like to share with you all. Yeah, this is called wall file. This we came across in some online sites. See, if you're interested, you can buy this. We are buying it for the English department. So it's like file sticking to the wall, pasting it to the wall. It has folders. What you can do is, all your lesson plans, your resources, in each folder, resources that relate to one lesson, you can put it in a folder. You can prepare folders like this, and note the teachers in the staff room, whenever they want to want a lesson or a worksheet related to that particular lesson, they can just check out the folders, take out the resource and go get it photocopied, put back the original in the folder and take it to the class. So after Monday, you can check department to see how we have done this. So this is just, they'll provide everything. You only have to paste it to the wall. So you can also use this as a resource in your staff room. So this is, I'll quickly go through this classroom instruction. So as teachers, it is always important that we appreciate your students. So whenever they do a good job, please remember to appreciate and compliment them. Like, that's a good answer, super job. Yes, that is correct. The class has done well in several areas. Before pointing out the negative things, be positive and then go to the negative. Then a student appreciate when teachers recognize the involvement in the classroom. So Pat, I noticed that you had your hand up. You want to add something to the class. You recognize that student's contribution. Then direction, when you're giving instructions, please practice your instructions at home, because classroom is not the platform to experiment with instructions. You experimenting, student experimenting, both experimenting will lead to a lot of confusion. Okay, so your assignment for tomorrow is fill out the paper according to the directions given. So please practice in front of the mirror. Even if you are the senior most teacher, I do it, you also do it. Seniors will take time to do it, but young teachers, no excuse. You all have to teach in English. You present papers in excellent journals. You are very good at that. You can do it in the class also. So I'm doing. Yeah. So giving directions, you emphasize. You can make use of these sentences. The first main point I want you to remember is, let me repeat that important idea. Let me re-emphasize. I leave this PPT, you can go through this. Movement. So don't just stand in the classroom at one place without moving. So sometimes you have to move to the students to control them, to appreciate them, to say that you agree with them. So there are 4 types of traveling. Travel to certain areas in the classroom, travel at different timings in the class, travel at different speeds, one sometimes very fast, sometimes slowly, travel to different certain individuals in the room, especially the naughty ones. There is a difference. See, commerce class students, very energetic for our peace of mind. Yeah, so they don't know what to do with the energy. They try to drain us out. So you need to travel to some areas where you need to control some students. When you come to science students, our observation is they are serious minded because they're already tortured during the practicals. So they know what life is all about. So you get the attention. That is science student. When it most beautiful classes are the BA students. You go to the BA students, very calm, cool. I relax in BA student classes. You can just give your gnan to them. You can just, it flows like a river to them. So I love those BA classes. Of course, I need to use lot of energy when I go to commerce classes. I keep shouting, they keep shouting. Ultimately, they start talking to me like they talk to their mother at home. Ultimately. That you have to excuse me, the teachers, some teachers are also like that. Commerce teachers. Okay, fine. Okay, why do you have to travel to different areas? To reinforce, to indicate that his behavior is acceptable or not. You have to reinforce that. Available, to indicate willingness, you have to travel to that student, you pat him on the back, good job, you say. Then to control and discipline the mischievous student, you have to go there and stand quietly, silently, and you will get his attention. Yeah. So with this, I come to the end of the presentation. I end it with a picture is worth 1,000 words. It is our duty, our responsibility to make the student feel that he belongs to this world, that he is here with a purpose, that he can succeed. All of us can do that job exceedingly well. So with that, thank you, dear teachers.
Thank you, Rosalind ma'am. It's really energetic presentation. Thank you for throwing some light on different teaching strategies. Now I would like to invite NRC Guntur to propose vote of thanks for this session. NRC Guntur.
A very good evening to all the participants, and a big thanks to our CC for giving this opportunity to NRC Guntur. It's a great experience to listen to Mrs. Rosalind ma'am. Ma'am is a wonderful teacher, and this presentation is very simple, clear. That's what we are supposed to learn from ma'am. And most of the participants are very keen to learn to ma'am's instructions, and this wonderful opportunity is unforgettable. And most of the strategies that are taught to us are very much adaptable. That adaptability is much needed for the teachers of different domains. If it is a teacher of English, that's okay. They can make presentations, they can use preference lines, they can use many other strategies. But for the subject teachers, the strategies must be very simple and easy and adaptable. What Mrs. Rosalind taught was the same. Thank you, Mrs. Rosalind ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Subhashini ma'am. It's wonderful. It was wonderful working with you. You are one of our colleagues, so thank you for that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Small announcement to all NRCs. All program coordinators are requested to send participant details by tomorrow morning. And for the participants, whenever you are filling the details, please once again double check email address especially. To generate certificates, email address should be correct. So please note this point. Now the floor is open for master trainers. Okay, let's meet again tomorrow. Let's end the session.
Thank you.